In the new Dino Ground, how do you tame a velociraptor? Well, first we have to go to a primal zone. The velociraptors here will automatically attack when approached. Having some basic armor and a firearm is a must. Typically, velociraptors rush at you to attack. Although each swipe won't do too much damage on its own, any loss in health is bad for survivability. The risk of getting sandwiched between a velociraptor and another player is high. So, you can try battling with velociraptors in a more roundabout way. Simply put, wait for the velociraptor to commit to an attack, observe the direction it will rush towards, and dodge to the side as soon as you can. Once you've gotten out of the way, open fire to attack. If you're quick on your feet, you can even circle around to attack the velociraptor from behind to deal damage to some rather tender spots. A defeated velociraptor will change from green to brown, and approaching it will give you the option to tame it. This means that you'll be able to ride it now. Although only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, it has a truly impressive jumping ability. Basic obstacles can be leapt over with ease, making it really easy for one player to safely traverse the map. It's also the ability that lets velociraptors reach high up platforms. In the fringes of the primal zone, there are crates located on high platforms. Jump up with a velociraptor, which can quickly get you combat ready when running low on supplies. For those who wish to unleash the power of aerial hoops, you can't miss out on this guide. You'll get to soar through the sky on these new pterosaurs. We know the pterosaurs mainly gather in the primal zone. As soon as someone invades the space, they will start attacking the intruder. Dealing with pterosaurs is quite simple. When a pterosaur is in the air, focus fire on it. When it attacks and flies towards you, be sure to dodge to either side. After dodging the pterosaur's throws, it will swoop down and attack you with its claws. Although it may be a fast attack, once we avoid its attack, we can make use of this moment to counterattack. Approach the defeated pterosaur to start taming it. Once tamed, you can ride it as a mount. Control the pterosaur when flying to have a smooth journey regardless of the terrain. When riding the pterosaur in the sky, you have a wider field of view, which is suitable for scouting enemies. If you get ambushed by enemies on the ground, you can easily escape by flying up into the sky. Don't worry if a teammate is with you, as the pterosaur can grab a teammate to fly away together. Woohoo! This skill can also be used on an enemy, but they can also break free and trigger their parachute to avoid taking fall damage. Hence, it can't be used to directly attack enemies. After taming a pterosaur, don't just travel across the map aimlessly. You can search for hovering hoops in the primal zone. Ride a pterosaur to participate in the Hoops Challenge to earn points, which can be used to redeem dino treasure. Once you have enough supplies, you can fly toward the final play zone without any worries.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 will be available soon. Let's check out the new updates in Classic mode. In this update, we'll be introducing a new full auto mod attachment, which can be used with the M16A4 and MK47. Equip it to get a full auto firing mode. In terms of firearm adjustments, we've also updated the SMG. Now, you retain full movement speed when an SMG is equipped, which allows it to be even more dynamic and flexible in battle. What's more, melee weapons have been unified to just the machete. You're automatically equipped with a machete upon entering a match or respawning. You can also automatically switch to your melee weapon when putting away your firearm. This feature can be enabled or disabled in the settings. Movement speed with a melee weapon will be the same as when unarmed. In the new version, we've made loads of adjustments to vehicle spawns and maps. The monster truck has been added to Erangel, while the UAZ has been added to Sanuk and Miramar. The Murado open top has also been added to Erangel, Sanuk, and Nusa. Furthermore, when driving a Murado open top, you can now use the button to open and close the roof to enjoy the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Gather your friends and take it out for a spin. You can now purchase the QBZ from supply shops in Livik. At the same time, the AKM has been removed from supply shops. The companion spectating system debuts in the new version. After getting eliminated, you'll enter a spectating mode where you can transform into your companion to spectate your teammates. You can run, jump, swim, and even perform companion emotes to make spectating even more enjoyable. Naturally, when spectating as your companion, you're unable to see enemies nor supplies. If you don't have a companion, or if your companion doesn't support spectating mode, you'll transform into Ray by default to spectate the match. Hurry and give it a try. This time, we've improved the chicken dinner animation. After placing the statue, you and your teammates can celebrate your victory with a victory dance. If a teammate leaves a match on Spawn Island, the team's remaining players can also leave the match without receiving a point or merit penalty, as long as it's before jumping from the plane. After eliminating training bots in the training grounds, you can see the effects of upgraded firearms, such as their elimination broadcasts. We've also added a shooting distance display below the damage display to stationary targets. In this update, vehicles are now supported in creation mode, where it has its own photo and video templates. When using your video templates, you can now configure a list of companion emotes to play. When the camera's rolling, your companion will perform its emotes in the order of the list. When using creation mode in Erangel, during the day or dusk, you can use the new day-night cycle feature. You can control the day and night cycle to freely switch between day, dusk, and night. That's it for the main updates in Classic mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone. Let's check out the Metro Royale updates in this new version. In this new version, we've added 2 new attachments. The first is the gun shield, which is compatible with the DP28 and the M249. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when you lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. The other is the full auto mod, which is compatible with the M16A4 and MK47. Once equipped, you can get a full auto firing mode that increases your rate of fire. These attachments can be obtained during the match or purchased from the black market. Try it out yourself. In this update, you'll encounter 2 new types of PvE enemies in Mistyport's basic and advanced maps, Velociraptors and Pterosaurs. They're both fast and strong. Are you ready to challenge them? In the Metro Royale lobby, you can now see your companion. You can interact with it and have it perform companion emotes. That's a wrap for the main updates in Metro Royale. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
I've heard that the T-Rex is the strongest vehicle in the new version. How so? First, when it comes to traversing the map, the T-Rex is pretty fast. Together with the special dash skill, the T-Rex gets a speed boost and higher top speed. When it runs at full speed, the T-Rex can hit a peak of 120 kilometers per hour. If you encounter a massive obstacle, you can cancel it at any time. Apart from dashing on the ground, the T-Rex can easily cross rivers. It's able to easily traverse different kinds of environments and help the team enter the final play zone. Second, the T-Rex also has an attack skill. It can use roar on enemies, which causes damage and screen shake to enemies in the vicinity. In a split second, players on the receiving end are knocked down, and your teammates only need to finish them off. If the T-Rex gets attacked during its roar, you can tap the skill button to cancel it before repositioning yourself. When riding a T-Rex, your line of sight is elevated, which increases your chances of finding enemies. Not only that, it's also harder for enemies to shoot at you. How can I get this powerful vehicle? At the start of the match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. All you need to do is make your way over and destroy the fossil keepsake before the countdown ends to save the T-Rex. However, there'll be tons of enemies who want the T-Rex, so a battle is inevitable. Make use of cover in the settlement to reposition yourself and launch your attacks. Otherwise, you can find the right time to take the driver's seat on the T-Rex and use roar on the enemies to swiftly take control of the battle. The T-Rex is a mount with 1 rider and 3 passengers, thus supporting an entire squad. So hop on a T-Rex with your teammates and enter the final play zone together. What's the most popular vehicle in the game? The new T-Rex is here. Everyone, make way for it. To obtain this formidable T-Rex, you must keep an eye out for the Dino Settlement icon in Air Angle and Living. This is the only place you can get your hands on a T-Rex. Take Air Angle as an example. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, a large T-Rex that can be ridden with teammates will spawn randomly in one of the settlements. Not only can the T-Rex help you reach higher places and easily obtain specific supplies, but it can also cross rivers and make it easier for you to enter the play zone. Most importantly, its roar can intimidate and damage enemies. And it becomes unstoppable when cooperating with teammates. If you wish to rescue the T-Rex, all you need to do is destroy the Fossil Keep's gate of the settlement where the T-Rex spawns. There are loads of supplies piled up in every corner of the Dino Settlement. When searching, don't overlook the small tents. Furthermore, you should look out for small packages hanging on the shelves. You'll find weapons and supplies inside after destroying them. However, you should keep in mind that there will certainly be enemies who will come forth to compete for the T-Rex. With the fences all around the settlement, it's easy to get ambushed. Make use of the surrounding cover to counterattack. It's alright if you somehow get eliminated. When you enter the settlement, a respawn card will automatically appear in your backpack. Thus, everyone gets a free chance to return to the battleground. Upon clinching a successful victory, you can ride the T-Rex with your teammates and enjoy the thrill of a whole new perspective. In the vastness of Air Angle, there are many primal zones scattered across the map. These are the protected habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. Tame them to ride them as mounts. Sounds enticing, huh? But primal zones aren't a great landing spot. Wild velociraptors and pterosaurs will indiscriminately attack all players. So when you don't have any gear, this makes for a very difficult situation. If by bad luck you end up encountering an enemy, it's very possible that you'll be caught between a ferocious dinosaur and enemy attack. So, the best way to get to a primal zone is to first search for basic weapons and armor in nearby buildings, and then head over when you're fit for battle. If you manage to defeat a velociraptor or pterosaur, you'll be able to tame them. After taming, you'll have access to a brand new mount. Velociraptors have really fast movement speed and are unhindered by many obstacles, meaning they're great for getting around the map. However, only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, so they're not as ideal for teams. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, can take to the skies. They can also grab a teammate to bring them along. Do keep in mind that, even though enemies can also be grabbed, they'll still parachute safely to the ground if you drop them from high up, so you can't directly damage them in this way. Aside from using them to travel and attack, taming these two dinosaurs also lets you play some mini-games. You can play pterosaur hoops and velociraptor jumping. The more points you score, the better the crate supplies will be. What's more, the Primal Zone is home to cute baby raptors. Players can get close and feed them. But keep your distance from adult velociraptors, or you just might get hurt.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, restore the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The 3 prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. This is Contra here along with Chuchu to bring you another exciting day of PUBG Mobile action between some of the best of Southeast Asia.
You know, when I sigh, it means like yesterday was, I mean, to top that off for today, yesterday we had triple chicken in it, a hat trick for GE, and so far they haven't scored the only match which is going to be Sunot. But before that, there's going to be super high expectations when it comes to today because of yesterday's performance was just sublime coming up from GE. I do want to see if they can manage to score all chicken dinner for today for every single map they actually play.
Yeah, and I think that that will definitely be the best record that any team could ever set in PUBG Mobile history, to have 2 days of non-stop chicken dinners to be in their hands. So remember this, like even the day before, GE have won 2 chicken dinners back in Myanmar before they went on another day of a chicken dinner streak. So the only thing that can top the record right now is to close off an entire day securing 4 rounds of chicken dinner.
And speaking of 4 rounds chicken dinner, don't forget we do have the latest ultimate set coming up soon, the Crimson FPLT set, where you guys should watch out for this latest set coming up very, very soon. And so far we haven't seen any of the cosmetic in action just yet. But I have a feeling this is going to be an epic one, because I do know for a fact usually the ultimate sets do have their own respective animation, right?
Yeah, indeed, and of course it always does come in with a lot of great effects. So if you want to style on them, just go ahead and grab that. And while you're at that, there is this brand new update that gives you a world of wonders as you can basically play around as if this is Jurassic Park.
Yeah, you can parkour in there and even summon dinosaurs in PUBG Mobile. So don't forget to take part in the World of Wonder. And also make sure you play with alongside with your friends, even your family, if they want to try something new. But we do have the latest as well for skin for the motorbikes in the game. So experience the intense speed and unrivaled elegance, tearing up the battleground of the matchless Panigale V4S of Ducati. So it's going to be the renowned Super Sport bike and exclusive items only available in PUBG Mobile. So drop in and just go for a ride. You know, not just go for it, go flying with it.
Yep, and with that being said, you gotta take this bike to run off against dinosaurs if you were to play in the new mode in that order. Or else, you know, you can also get a lot of different kind of skins by just purchasing the new RPA series, which can save you a lot of money, from the whole cosmetics of your armor set all the way to every single different kind of vehicle that you can currently see on your screen.
Yep, and speaking of which, we do have more on our screen here today. As per usual, it's going to be our latest team mode Dino Ground and riding the Dino Power, where this is the PUBG Mobile's first dinosaur team gameplay. Yeah, they forgot about Vikendi, right? And it will be available on May 18th globally. So it's already available for you guys for the past like 2 weeks, I think now, in the game. So just, you know, try and have fun in Dino Game and Dino Park and Dino Ground days and everything that's Dino around it. Just try it out.
That's right, and of course, for the competition itself, we've already gone through 4 days of matches. Today is day 5, and of course, each respective groups will have 4 rounds to play on each day. And of course, this is the final day of week 1, where all the teams will be looking to qualify to the top 16s to play for a total prize pool of $40,000 and also a slot to the PMSL.
And speaking of PMSL, it's coming up very soon, so keep your eyes out for that. But when it comes to week 1, we're almost at the end of it of week 1. We still have week 2 later on, which is going to be 5 more matches per day for each of the group. But we do have the reshuffle of the group when it comes to ABCD. Now, I did mention about the grouping based on the standings. So 1, 10, 11, and 12 will be in Group A. So keep your eyes onto these numbers, because these are going to be the numbers that you want to memorize to know the grouping by the end of the day. But also, speaking of which, as per usual, we do have 1 slot coming up from Wildcard region to get into PMSL. You guys have been asking so much in the chat. How many slots are there, like, for these guys to get in? There's only 1.
Yep, and that's why the competition is absolutely fierce. And right now, from what it seems to be for week 1, the one that will accumulate the most points in particular for week 1 would definitely be Justice Esports. The only question is if anybody can basically top the record to close off this weekend. That definitely will be an astounding feat. But for now, I think this is what we're going to be looking at, where all these teams here will play for those bonus points. And as you can see through the screen, the higher the rank is, the more points they will get. And this is the points that will carry forward into week 2. And for week 2, they will once again do it all over. And only these bonus points will be tabulated for them to qualify to the grand finals.
Yep, and speaking of the grand finals, 4 teams will be relegated if they don't make ends, and then that's it. But we do know so far when it comes to week number 1, feels like GE represent Group D right now, having the number 1 spot with 200 over points for now, and nowhere near all the other teams, even though they are in the second place, still like what we mentioned yesterday, around 30 point-ish for them to actually catch up to GE. So Group D, this might be the last time you're looking at the group of death that's really just fatal for now. I just hope when it comes to the reshuffle, it'll be very balancing out for across all this grouping. But so far Group D, if you look at all the names down there, these are the top teams right now in the current overall rankings.
That's right, and the 2 players that we're keeping our eyes on are from GE as well as KE respectively, where Master EG have topped every single record that there is at the moment to be the best player here in Southeast Asia Wildcard. But that compared to the top, we have still seen KE try as the top have always been adding a lot of all these amplified damage numbers back into the team.
Speaking of head-to-head just now, the one that actually really head-to-head when it comes to the points is going to be West Point Mamba and Olja Esports. But nobody go near GE right now, which makes us question who else can actually top them off. I don't see anybody nearby. I mean, like, can they secure 10 chickens in week 1 for GE? Or do West Point Mumbai and Olja Esports realize they have some new formula and to might actually take GE down by the end of the day?
That's right, and at least for those teams that are somewhere sitting in the middle of the pack, they are still playing for those points in order to qualify the grand finals. And I think the most significant of improvement have, came from majority of all these teams hailing from the Philippines, where we have seen teams like Game Labs, PBE, as well as Vipers to be able to still maintain a home record to be around there. Meanwhile, a lot of work to be done there from 16 to the bottom.
You know what, funny today when it comes to our recap of yesterday's performance, usually it's going to be 2 or 3 teams, right? But for today, the highlight is just straight for GE. Look at the long banner of GE on the right side. There's no way you're not getting these highlights for them. We're talking about back-to-back chicken. In the day before, day number 3 was Mirama, and now they drag their momentum and just put it into their day number 4 performance. On top of that, they even scored themselves the last map they played Mirama yesterday, so there's nothing stopping these guys. And I'm starting to question how they actually play it, because you talked about them having those most not conditioned position, not the best place to stand, and the position is like the one that's the most difficult to deal with, but they still secure this chicken anyway.
Exactly, and the only round that they have not gotten the chicken dinner here is inside of Sadok, and mind you, Group D is going to be playing, so that being said, that will definitely be something that they're eyeing on as a prize for themselves.
Speaking of Group E, I mean, like, we don't have APG Esports playing for this one. So even though top Sunhawk performance so far is APG, FOD, LJ Esports, and GE, well, no surprise for GE, they got themselves second yesterday. For APG, on the other hand, they will not be playing any Sunhawk map by the end of the day, but they will play straight from the second map till the end. But FOD, they've fallen from crazy. I mean, like, yeah, they're still up there, they're still quite consistent, but it comes to yesterday's performance, they have been very super quiet for 2 days in a row now, day 3 and day 4.
That's right, and overall, this is where we're going to be spotting whether or not can they at least get themselves a great amount of points heading into this particular round inside of Sadok. And of course, Hyper PUBG could definitely work towards better things from Ron. But as for Final Danger, I think they've definitely shown that they can actually battle very well when they do get into the final few zones. But when it comes down to consistency, that is something that they will struggle with. So hopefully they actually start off with great momentum here in our first round of the Sunday 5 plays that they will be actually going in.
Yeah, speaking of Sunday, I do hope it's going to be great for a lot of teams down there. We're waiting for somebody to take down the Giants. Basically, different being entirely. I'm not sure what it is, but GE definitely not human right now. But speaking of which, for our next map prediction, so we yeah.
I guess yesterday there's only 2 letters. Today, I think to really complete the run. Of course, this is for fun, where they have been so dominant that there's really nothing else that's really stopping them. So hopefully, maybe GE will be able to do that. But you know, if I were to include other teams, right? ASEA Esports is definitely one that will be being a threat to some of all these teams out there, and not forgetting the very on-form WPM that will be also playing in this group.
For me, the only reason why I'm putting up with all 3 GEs is because I want them to complete the set, right? That's the only map that didn't secure themselves any chicken by far. And they got themselves double Erangel, double at Miramar. They barely got 1 in Sunhawk. Now, just complete the set and just, you know, help me with my OCD. I need them to actually secure all of it, because in a day we do have double Erangel, we do have double Miramar, and we do have 1 Sunhawk. That's going to be more than enough. It feels like they have the entire day chicken if they complete the entirety, including Sunhawk here.
That's right, and there's just so many games to be played out, and even say if they don't get it, I think it's still very fair for everybody else, right? Because other teams actually need more points for themselves. So, of course, with that being said, we're just looking at whether or not can they make history right here by completing every single map with a chicken dinner, just going on a spree. Because if you look at the past 5 rounds of play, this team has never gotten below 2nd place finish.
That's kind of true. They have been very consistent, and I'm talking about the other teams though, including GE Lab have been very consistent as well yesterday. Don't forget about them. But speaking of our next Sunhawk map, we do have to see if this circle, I mean like this circle will favor some certain teams, or you know, some teams just adapt to it and grind themselves into the center as they are migrating and retransition themselves. But I do hope yesterday's performance, they try to reassess and go back to the drawing board, because right now this is going to be the last Sunhawk map of week 1.
A brand new day for all of our teams to be able to claim glory of their own. And GE was the one to have demolished the competition from yesterday's run, and even the day before, where we thought that it's going to be pretty close for most of the records out there for other teams to break. But man, for now, I guess this is the team that everybody is hoping not to go up against very early on.
I do want to see by end of today, the most exciting thing will be who will be getting into group with GE. Because we do know the 10th place, is it a place where somebody wants to avoid, or everybody wants to try and fight and challenge them? And including 11th place, I think it was, what was the placement again? First, 10th, 11th, and maybe the 20th if I'm not mistaken. But when it comes to the drop, we do have Enigma and KE happen to be in the same compound of Bootcamp. Saying goes on top of Ruin right now, but so far they'll be separating their ways. The start of Sin, never mind. Sin versus FV, as per usual. FV have some difficulty to keep it alive and keep it as a full squad since the start.
That's right, and with that, I guess that's Sin have been able to continuously find these opening picks here against all these teams here by playing around this corridors of these estate. But you know, with a little bit more of a change of pace to actually start off our round, usually we see a lot more battles happening at the same time in the early game. This time, we see a little bit more of a spacing between all the other teams out there. But with the circle moving into the northwestern island, this is definitely going to be a little bit difficult for teams to maneuver around. But over here inside of boot camp, we might just actually see a little bit more of an action going on later. Is for KE, they've already set their sights upon the members of Enigma that's being directly in their center of bootcamp.
At least good news for both Enigma and KE. It's not too far off from them, the circle itself, because it's just on top of Cam Alpha. But surprisingly, there's only one team right on top of Chem Alpha right now. That's fortunate for Falcon. Nobody can test them when it comes to Chem Alpha or Hattins around the circle, even looting phase. There's nobody nearby. So what they need to do is just for the Falcon side to focus on around bootcamp area, because there will be somebody crossing on top of bootcamp, or there's a lot of choke points come out from the southern part of Chem Alpha as well. So they have only 2 entry points they have to focus on, but hopefully they have enough to actually defend themselves. But on the side of CFU Gaming, now this is a team that we don't see a lot of them, but at least I have to say something about them. Will be yesterday's performance will be one of their best day yet compared to the first 3 days. So I'm looking forward when it comes to the adaptation throughout this entirety of PMPL, and to see if they can make an improvement for next week.
Yeah, and at least with such a momentum, if they can continue on with the same mindset, they should be able to at least do a lot better when it comes down to week 2. And now they're also playing a lot more proactive by trying to seek those early fights against YG. YG, as much as they seem to be outnumbered, this is a feel on the side of Charlie, or say Bravo, that could be a little bit more difficult to handle, because HWG is also coming from the back.
I have to take back what I said just now. I mentioned Falcon being alone on top of Hearts, Chem Alpha. Apparently, GE already make themselves in there, and it's going to be the mastermind, GE Master Ichi himself, trying to force this guy. And West coming out from which angle was that? That was some great support fire with Master Ichi being the brains, baiting them out from their compound.
And just like that, GE demolishes these teams and moving up these hills. And usually when it comes down to uphill battles, you will tend to see a lot of all these teams struggle. But this, guys, man, they strike with precision, but there is a little bit more of that damage done from the back as well. KE overlooking onto the slope, so they're just being held back for a little bit. In the early games, I guess there's not much mats to work around, so they really have to be careful.
Oh, I'm glad they actually reduced the mats in Sunhawk, and that's one of the many reasons. And these players have to force the fight anyway, even though they don't have enough, because they know for a fact if they want to go for a healing game, it's almost impossible these days. GE, after taking a fight against Falcon, now spotted out maybe Harame Bro, who's happened to be on the high grounds. But Imam spotted out range, tried to give extra fire support from the back just to distract GE from pushing into it. Lucky enough, Few is not too far off, still within reach for the teams to give support fire still. But I'm surprised so many teams going into Heartin or Chem Alpha this early on, even though we saw early when it comes to the initial drops for the teams, happen to be nowhere near Chem Alpha at first.
Yeah, and these guys are actually ramping up the pace, and I absolutely do love what we are actually seeing right now from all these teams that have been able to do so. So, Harami Bro, they're now advancing forward once again, as they're hoping to really take over the temple over on top of the hill in order to control any other teams from moving by. And West Point Mamba is on the opposite end, and they've already spotted the movements from Harami. And look at the shots from Federalis! He's got two in the bag!
This will be one of the best play in PMPL as well for Federalis, but nevertheless, he cannot do it by himself. Got knocked down instead, but lucky enough, the rest of West Point Mamba is there to pick him up. And not just that, incredible support fire by the rest of West Point Mamba teammate, Badamas and the rest of West Point Mamba. Amici repositioned himself, tried to spot where are the teams that they're trying to pin them down before. But the problem is the high grounds will obliterate their vision on the other side of the map. And Harame Bro realized the firepower is just too great for them to challenge, take a step back, going for another rotation and reposition in a better place to know for a fact that they cannot fight this anymore, because they lost one man against GE before, and now they know there's two teams there, and both teams are heavy hitters team, West Point Mamba and GE. Don't want to be near that right now.
Not at all. And for the other teams that are taking a slower pace, we're looking at FV that's swimming over across slowly and steadily, but it is going to be rather difficult for them to challenge. Meanwhile, Magna spots out one member from the side of HWG. Some lot of damage being done onto the corner, but Magna is not really in the best position to actually move all too far away, and they are still by the blue zone. So they gotta advance and approach this with caution and really find an alternative how to get into the island.
Furthest one was CFU gaming into blues and taking so much damage. Lucky enough, still stage 2, but the circle is just so far from them. And not just that, you saw how many choke points they were, and so many gatekeepers waiting at the other end, including West Point Mamba. KE and GE is already at the coastline of Hartien and Cam Alpha. Now, if they want to go around it, they might need a boat, but right now it will be too late for them to find any boat. But Mewtwo, what a tap! But sadly enough, if they manage to knock one down, but the distance between them would be impossible for Mewtwo to just translate it into one elimination points.
Wow, there's just so many of all these scuffles going in so early, and everybody is trying to make it into the island while trying to gatekeep other teams out there. It is going to be a tad difficult if they were to really hang around for a very long time, and I'm not really fancying what I'm seeing from those that are not within the island just yet. But for PBE, they say, hey, we got a bridge next to us, so we could basically play it as long as one and just cut everybody out of the game.
That's kind of true. It's all about playing smart here, because we do know for a fact, firepower-wise, these guys are up to par. They are very good in it. When it comes to the individual skills, but working out together as a team, that's a bigger question, and how to outsmart these guys. So far we see that coming up from GE, but the rest still learning. It's a learning curve process across the league's stage anyway. Like KE on the other hand, against Enigma, I think they have been going on this for the longest time, right? Since boot camp. Until drag it over to this island, and they're not done.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that it really took quite a while for these times to settle the scores. And just having such a long-range shot at the top, this is the reason why we've been comparing him with the MVP of the tournament so far, as he does significant amount of damage, knocking members out from across the river. And just like that, KE suppresses teams, even despite them having only one elimination secured. They will be able to still challenge the rest of them that are around the vicinity.
One is a dime right now, because these guys really need to bump up their performance. But Cool taking down on HWG. Alpha being knocked down and bleeding out. And worst case scenario, even the blue zone starts to shrink. And it is going to be the third stage later on. It will be hurt. Very painful for them at the receiving end. But Mewtwo, due to the force push into straight the eyes of PBE, we do know PBE love them pushing towards their side. Bring us the fight, as PBE mentioned it, because they want to take it up, the challenge. And right now, there's nowhere in for HWG than taking this fight, but they only left with the Aiko right now. If I'm not mistaken, they do have one more player, but they're nowhere near here. For PBE, on the other hand, they are going in for the hunt.
PBE finds an opportunity to really strike them all down, and HWG is just hiding behind a rock. There's no other cover out there, and I don't really see a way out for them other than to really clutch this situation. Troll on that push. Grenades being launched right in. Good damage being done, and they're outside the zone. Troll, he couldn't really survive any longer. He may just actually be knocked down. Yakka, he will find MQ win at the very least. And this fight is just not being settled just yet.
Yeah, but it's just, they're trying to salvage whatever they can for HWG, but at the same time, the Blues are just saying no to that. Even the nade coming up from Cool will drop Yahiko on his knees, and PBE will get a reset. Left with only one player, HWG might resort to just survival game for now, instead of hunting for those points. Whilst the other teams, including AFV, also sharing the same fate, taking so much, eating it up with those blue zone, and being gatekept by the side of Sin. Also, Esports now butting into KE versus Enigma business, which can be Enigma going down instead. I'm not sure where is KE after that scuffle against Enigma just now, but definitely not winning for the side of Enigma, left with only one player.
Yeah, just a tense situation all around the island so far, where FOD, they're not really in the position to fight. They will just play it tactically and defensively. Whereas Asia Esports tries to cut across the river by just swimming upon the shorelines, and QB have already spotted them out. Ranford actually ran onto the ground, but QB didn't really catch him out. This is an opportunity for Asia to strike right back. 2 members out here, and with that, I don't think that there's all too much that's being left. QB, he's got to stop the push, and the damage being done, and he will get 1 in return. So Asia has to tread lightly. Skur already has such little health. He's gonna push forward, and shots from the back is what stops him, and it's Master Smile coming in from GE that will hold him back, and that actually saves Scry for the time being.
What a cheeky guy, Smile. Master Ichi is the brain. No, I have to give it. Smile is the wittiest of them all as well, taking advantage of others' misfortune. Coming up from the side of GE, they secured the most right now with 4 eliminations, even though they have been quietly observing. But their observing is not doing nothing. They definitely take advantage whenever they can. FOD trying to take this compound for themselves, each having their own house. But KE just across GE and FOD. At the same time, some teams going for those high grounds. YG try to gatekeep CFU and KE coming up across the other side of the island. But there's going to be a lot of swimming to do for KE. I'm not sure if this is wise decision for these teams to just stay in the blue zone this long, because in less than 10 seconds, it's going to be stage 4 and 1% of HP will be deducted every single second, and they barely have any health utilities left.
Yeah, there's really not much for them to work with, and they're just running on foot. Just look at this current standpoint. Just not much left for the side of Loki, honestly. He's so far away inside of boot camp, and it really requires so much for him to be able to cut across. But Romeo Boy, I believe perhaps there is a way that they could still find ways to distribute some packs. Then maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to make their way in. Meanwhile, PBE, Spot Scry running inbound, and this is where they're up for a challenge, but they're kind of low as well after soaking in a little bit of the zone. So these 2 teams have already made their way across the bridge, and Scry lands a couple of signal warning shots, but that's just it. There's not too much for them to actually get out of.
Scry, I don't blame him. He doesn't have any sort of information. There's going to be one team right next to him in this compound right now, but at least they still have 2 players still survive. If I'm not mistaken, it was Astra and Popov left coming up from the side of Osja Esports. But we do have multiple teams in the blue zone, some of them even willing to give their health and life away to us just the blue zone instead of fighting. Maybe one of the many reasons they're on foot, knowing for the fact there's so many gatekeepers, including YG in this case. I feel like this is not great for YG. Back-to-back knockdown, but GE ambushed by PBE Momboy, and 2 knocked at the same time. The mastermind on GE is in the need of help right now, but West and Smart a bit far apart. They're waiting for PBE for the push. I'm not sure if PBE realize where they're standing, but if not being careful, this is even as a duo, GE can make it work.
And just like that, they drive past the members of GE. Troll is the first one to bite the bullet. Meanwhile, KE climbing upon the hills. West Carry will be able to finish off Troll. I don't think that there's any form of saving grace for GE's 2 fallen allies, so they will just have to leave them be because it's too dangerous to run right outside in the open. And Daryl is the one that actually steals the point away from PBE Esports.
There's going to be wiping the smirks off the face of PBE, even though they got the knocks. They never secured those eliminations. But PBE caught themselves in a trap here due to their over-investment to the side of GE. Caught themselves in a very tight spot. They barely can actually hike up. But Momboy at least still finish on Zai. I'm not sure that's going to be the last player left for, never mind, GE still have a 2. Smile and West still alive, but PBE wiped out by the IGL of KE himself. Davon, he's knocked down right now, but at least he goes down with so much effort and contributing so much for the team. On the side of GE, on the other hand, they resort to just hiding themselves for a bit longer, hoping the same thing will happen again for the past few days, just working out as a duo and just pray and fingers crossed that they will have those chicken by the end of the day.
That's right, and just having this circle going directly down the hill, this is going to favor some players out of KE as well as Harami Bro. Meanwhile, that's happening. Sin now being attacked by Harami Bros from the top end of the hill, and then right down below is FOD hiding in plain sight where they do get that clean access right in between the hills, but that's not exactly where the circle is currently at. You've got to find a deeper region to actually work with, and time is definitely taking here. So I'm not too sure if they will be able to keep themselves safe for long, though. Meanwhile, Joseph gets himself that full heal out of the med pack, and I guess, like, for now, they're waiting long lines and finally being spotted up from the top ends of this kill. And I'm not certain if they will even find ways to actually carry forward this fight. It's KE from the outskirts. Some tags being landed up, and it's Boy Sean here to do even more.
This is a slaughter fast coming up from FOD. They're barely hanging on their last thread here, which Joseph still alive. The other three chug in quite a number of damage, but barely hiding out around the steep cliff of this area, and it's gonna be so hard for them to land those shots from below upwards. But KE waiting for the right time to pick out and shoot them and make sure that they cannot miss at that point. But on the side of KE, they pretty much in the same spot as FOD, but at least they got some elevations to work around, more spaces to actually go through. CFU barely make it in with Ravenwood, surprisingly. Left with only one player here. I'm not sure what happened to the side of Ravenwood, but the circle definitely will ended up in no man's land, where KE and West Point Mamba just barely got it through. But West Point Mamba, the spread out, really dominates over the southern part of the circle.
Yeah, this is going to be so tricky for all the teams out there. So the ones that really benefit is the ones on the hill, and KE, they got to find a way to really get up there, and they're already sprinting. There is going to be Boyshawn that will be clipped up as they have to deal with the rest of FOD. Just taking their sweet time here to really figure things out. As the top 5 here will just basically sit around the corner of the circle, because directly in the center on the Temple Hills is where you don't want to be at, because all the teams are overlooking that area.
Side of the top, waiting for FOD to pick out first. Spotted out few, knocks him down, and the top will finish him off straight away. But Kaya needs to leave, but he has to go through FOD first. He saw them actually just sitting there. He knocked straight. He didn't whiff even once. And now Kaya, this is a big opportunity for him to have the most straight line of sight. But a bit too late with the Blues are clipping in. Kaya have to sacrifice himself now at the top. Try to just do some damage control. Might get something good out of this. But it's going to be versus 3 of FOD. One of them actually picking up their fallen member. But the top feels like really grim right now. It's difficult for him to fight against 2 players back to back. But FOD survived.
Just like that, FOD have won the battle from the foothills. But the problem is they can only hug around these corners and just wait. There's just no other way. There is one small little crack that they will have to use to climb uphill, and that's what they're gonna do. But the moment that they go up, the rest of Harami Bro is just waiting along the lines for them.
Back to a side of FOD, smoke a buggy. Have to still climb up here. The moment they just pick out, it's gonna be Harami Bro waiting, like you mentioned before, but at least they still have a full squad. Well, West Point Mamba definitely have the best place there is. They got themselves a vintage point. Not just that, the higher grounds will play such a big part, just easily just dropping those nades out and can get themselves a double knock on this team. But here comes FOD rushing into the side of Harami Bro and Mem, and 1-to-1 trade. But they still have more numbers coming out from FOD. Nung barely alive. Joseph with the smoker buggy take whatever he have left. Switch over to DBS. Want to just pick it over, hoping it will hit. But few got it better. That corner just hugged him so well.
And he just executed perfectly, but they are taking their time here to get the revives off. And Few, he wants to bring E-Man back into action as well. This is going to be a tough ordeal for all of them. It seems like the first one will have the advantage, and the grenades are being thrown by Nang. Damn it, son! And Dustin Few keeps the team alive.
And this is going to be a high chance. West Point Mamba just going to win this over. They definitely know where are the rest of Harami Bro. All they need to do is just go in for the pick. While the Blues is actually helping their side as well. But the rest going in for the charge. But they're not willing to give the point away. Didn't secure that point in the last minute for West Point Mamba. But it's still their chicken dinner.
Just beautiful work from all these teams, but West Point Mamba, they just have to be calm and collected to be able to secure this chicken dinner of their own. Whereas everybody else struggled from the get-go to even get into the island. First, this being said, West Point Mamba absolutely deserving of the win as they fought so hard from yesterday, and today is the perfect day for this things to sink their fangs against the ground.
But a lot of teams, due to the circle in the first stage itself, causes so much pain for the players and teams to migrate into the very small island of Cambodia. And so many players and teams actually went down by the Blue Zone itself. But as per usual, this is arguably one of the best players in the wildcard region. Federales got himself 7 eliminations and 600 over damage. He is such a reliable player that if you put himself to fight against entire squad, he can actually deliver.
And Federales, we saw it from the get-go that he was the one that has that pixel perfect shot that had been able to basically mark everybody from the top end of the hill, and that is some huge stack of numbers that he's managed to achieve. So kudos to them, and these are definitely the teams that have been able to really put on the showing hitting into the game. And Five Danger, despite me saying that they were in a really bad spot, they put up such an immense fight down the hill to really take on the rest of KE. Let's look at it all over again. Start to finish.
Do you want to know how much they managed to secure for eliminations coming up from West Point Mamba? Because by one player of Federales, he secured himself 7. Now, if you actually add up all the entire team, that might be a double-digit eliminations by the end of the day, and they have been running and gunning since the start. But I think for GE, the Sunhawk map is just not their map. This is the only map they didn't score themselves a chicken just yet. And the only thing that can actually take down on GE right now is the Custer's Curse. And we put up all GE for prediction, and that stopped them from doing chicken dinner.
Perhaps that's the case, but from what we actually saw as well, GE did actually get into a really favorable position, but there's just too many teams out there that made the situation too compact to actually contest, and PBE really have stopped the Titans in this matchup itself. So, of course, with that concluded, we have WPM here securing maximum of 22 points by having 12 eliminations from the top of the hill, and then you have Harami Bro that really stole the show as well on that close quarter fight against FOD. These two teams have gotten 10 as well as 9 respectively, and KE comes out with 8. It seems like there's a little bit of points for everybody else, other than Falcon as well as Magna SG.
Yeah, I love the point distribution this time. Not many teams ended up with a 0, but surprisingly, Falcon, it was supposed to be their map to begin with. They are the only team dropping in Cannon Alpha and around Haltine area, but surprisingly, they will be the first one to go out with no points. Singers for the side of Magna. Now, with 22 points coming up from West Point Mamba in this map only, I think they still have a shot into catching up to GE by the end of the day because they're so close nearby. And speaking of which, they still have around 40 points to catch up here. But if they keep every single map as it is right now with 20-ish points every single time, they will actually take GE down.
Yeah, and I think like this is looking pretty solid at the very least for majority of all these teams out there, that they've been able to really put so many points here back inside Sadok. But later on, when we do move into Angle, it may just actually be a different story. So we will definitely have to see what comes up next.
Speaking of next, we do have a wrangle as you said, but we do have to see who's at the very bottom. If you look at even down to the, I think it was the 10th or 9th place just now, the gap was 100 points in between. The only team that actually not moving since day number 1 until now is going to be Hyena Ravenwood. We saw a lot of teams having a bit of a swap when it comes to second page, but for Hyena Ravenwood, they have been stagnant there, fixed position for them at the 20th place.
Yeah, and I guess like it may still be a little bit of chance for them to find ways to catch up to either FVMPX or even TGOA. So who knows? Within the span of another couple of rounds, they will be able to do so. But for now, I'm just looking at PBE. They've been able to really strike hard, but can they make it into the first page? We'll find out later on.
Well, PBE, GLAB, and HWG. You know what? I do want to say PBE for once in the first page, but they always got stuck here in 11, 12, and 13. And these three teams keep on swapping at places just between these three teams only, from 11 to 13 respectively. And so far, I think the gap from this first and second page is quite significant still. But if you compare it with the top 5, they're nowhere near up there. So they definitely have to go back to the drawing board to see what they have to fix for week 2 at least, right? But when it comes to a rank of performance, I mean, like, we cannot not talk about GE. They are everywhere.
Yeah, and in every single map other than Sanok, you will see GE at the #1 spot with the most points being accrued because of the amount of chicken dinners that they have. But it's not only just the chicken dinners, it's also the eliminations that they can basically garner in such a map. So I think I would put GE aside for now because WPM, they display a great form of play throughout the course of Sanok, and we've seen how well they also play inside of Erangel to be currently the second best team out there that have actually top even the numbers of what Genesis Esports do. So my eyes this time is on WPM.
But gladly we have to say this time we have to stop talking about GE because they will not be playing in the next wrangle. So we don't have Group D playing, which is going to be Genesis Esports, 5 of Danger of FOD, West Point Mamba, and Enigma. And this is great opportunity for Osja Esports, especially because they are very close to getting those top 5 and just maintaining the top 3 if they want to. But at the same time, don't forget about the teams like we mentioned early on. We do have APG, and APG surprisingly have been too quiet. You know, the only time we saw them, Exit and Marcus combo is just working out quite right when it comes to day #1, but after that they're kind of gone. But I'm also looking for maybe even Enigma trying to push up here because they do love those fights.
And I'm just looking at Anchor PUBG to be having a very different form of struggle of their own. I don't know if it's going to be an internal type of a conflict where they really have to settle it on their own, or what really gives, because it really looks like it's a very different variation of form that we're looking at compared to what Day 1 was. Like, you can't always depend on, you know, these kind of momentum to actually kick off the tournament, because all these other teams are really showing that, hey, we all have a formula and we will actually get it to the very end by sticking to standard style play. It feels like Anchor PUBG haven't been able to find their standard form just yet.
Now, when it comes to our prediction, I also want to mention about GLAB here. GLAB definitely already kind of rise up to the occasion with their performance yesterday, and also when it comes to day #3, that's where they start getting those start up, and it feels like they are gradually increasing their performance, but they are not up there yet. But I feel like just sharpen up at the edges a tiny bit is more than enough for them to actually place themselves top 5 by maybe by next week, because it's a bit too late for week 1 anyways. But coming up from the side of KE, now this could be one of the most interesting team. Now KE, for the fact that they changed so much compared to last season, because usually it's always about what our Falcon, like FOD, we always mention about these teams, right? But KE on the other hand, they are more aggressive. I do see the bump up increase of a performance when it compared to last season, which was a few months ago, but it feels like they're lacking certain factors that just making it so hard for them to survive to the end.
Yeah, and I guess like sometimes it's just them overheating, right? Like they've been taking so many of all these battles. We saw it back in Sanok that they can really fight, and sometimes they just basically tunnel into that one specific fight. But I fancy their chances here. Yesterday they did show up into the top 5 scenarios plenty of time, which is why my vote is on this team. And Yango Galacticos, this is traditionally from the past one of their best maps possible. And I just want to see them try it again. And despite all these bad days, final day, I'm pretty sure that everybody is on the push. So we're looking at YG, Asia, Game Labs. These are some of the best teams that we are seeing in Erangel.
I do want to mention something else about Austria Esports. I mean, yeah, they are the great team, one of the best team up there. But if you compare West Point Mamba and Austria Esports, you have to agree now. It feels like West Point Mamba is popping off more than Austria Esports. Now, we did mention the start of day number 4 yesterday, particularly and specifically. When you put up GE, who can fight GE? We mentioned about Austria Esports. Now, where are they? I mean, it feels like they are. We're feeling their absence, for the past 2 days, including just now, even in the first match. They didn't pop off that much.
And yeah, it's just pretty interesting to actually see how it also went up. But that map inside of Sanok, I would definitely give some of these teams a slack, because you saw the struggles going into the zone, that you could understand, okay, if you don't really make the cut, it's kind of like, oh, you just gotta fight, right? Like, Austria, I think they did have a little bit of that fight of their own, but they didn't really find an opening to actually get to the point that they want to. So, with that said, with Erangel having so much more land to play with, I guess this is gonna be pretty much even Stevens.
Yeah, but I do want to see Austria Esports versus West Point Mamba. But hopefully it's going to be the top 3 or even in the top 5 if it happens to be. I do want to see who gets it better and who outplayed the other, who got the better strategy, because when it comes to the top 5, it's always about the brains, right? It's no more longer about just your firepower. But maybe in the first few initial drop after you get yourself in a map, maybe it's all about the firepower at first, because there's so many teams out there. But when it comes to strategy in the last few minutes, it's so important. I want to see who got it better, because between Austria Esports and West Point Mamba, I feel like they both balance things out and not much of a difference just yet. But coming up from West Point Mamba, definitely we feel like Federalis is doing so much work for the team. While Austria Esports, on the other hand, it feels everybody is pulling their own weight here.
Yeah, Austria Esports definitely done so much in order to get into that form of a style of play where they really can actually hold on to fights really long, and that's what we really do love about this team. And I guess for Austria, it's not many times that we actually see them get into that form of variance where they can basically go all out, other than that map that they've actually won previously in Erangel with potentially one of the highest numbers of kills that we've seen.
Yeah.
So other than that, if they couldn't really get into the top 5, that becomes a lot more problematic when this situation calls for them to really close out games.
And also, speaking of numbers, right? We so far have the most eliminations by Austria Esports, who holding the most elimination by a team, 18 kills by far when it comes to week 1 day 3 in the first Erangel map. So this might be it. This is the push that they need to actually catch up to West Point Mamba first. So we're talking about high fraggers, and so far, Austria Esports do have that. All they need to do is just have those finesse when it comes to rotation wise, their migration, just trying to close out and survive to the top 5. I do want to see by end of week number 1, can we get any new record breaking numbers, including maybe 20 kills for those eliminations, maybe even by individual, maybe more than 11, because so far it's going to be just Loki taking the most individual eliminations. And who do you think will be close enough to getting those eliminations as well when it comes to one particular player you feel like they can break the record?
If there is anybody out there to really do it, I hate to say it's from a member of GE, right? But like Master Ichi so far, he is not the flashiest player, but he is one of the most clinical players out there. So I think he definitely does have what it takes to do so.
Speaking of which, for me personally, I feel like I do want to see also Esports do it. But if you ask me about a player, I don't know which one would that be. If you ask me West Point Mamba, maybe I'll actually point out Federalis in that case. But when it comes to Austria Esports, to secure 20 eliminations, a chance of securing 20 eliminations, as a team, they work out great. That's the thing. They are the type of team that really rely on each other to get those kills. Not the one person who go Rambo and just, you know, I can actually do this. APG might actually can do that with Exit.
Yeah, I think like there's so many of all these great talents out there, and it's definitely that moment to shine, especially now without Group B here. Perhaps this is very, very feasible, so we'll keep our eyes on some of all these players that is there. I guess Exit is also another player that has been able to really show up when we need him to be able to step up to the plate, and I guess that with that being in the vicinity of this matchup, it's definitely hard to tell what's going to be the cause of it, but here is Arangel.
Back in our classical map of Wrangle. Now, you guys have to stop spamming GE because they are not playing this map, okay? Calm down, boys and girls. Because right now we have eyes on to none other than Group A, Group B, C, and E. So Group D, the top high fragger, the heavy hitters will not be playing in this map right now. That's going to be GE, FOD, West Point Mumbai, and Enigma. West Point Mumbai just secured themselves the last Sunhawk chicken. And now they have to take a break, and hopefully the momentum will not be cut off at certain point. But we do have the southern side of flight path. That makes me wonder, will we have shooting range circle again? Because the flight path and also the circle don't gel so well. They will contradict each other.
You know what? Today, I just want to see all island endings, you know? Like, this is a perfect circle for Sanaska military base, and I hope we get it this week, because, well, the past 2 days, I don't really get to see it that much. We did get that island in Alpha for Sanok, so perhaps that will only be the case. But there is something going on later, as we have potentially an early fight inside Primus between TGOA as well as CFU. And these are the two teams that shouldn't even meet each other in the early game, because they too desperately need those points.
Speaking of potential fight, that's not the only team that have potential fights. We do see KE versus Falcon as well very soon. So I'm looking at, surprisingly, if the usually last day of the week, a lot of teams will try to separate themselves from the rest and try to get themselves this kind of boundary and respectful about each other boundary, not having those clashes early on. But this time it's very different. Harame Bro spotted Al Magna. They want to go for the fight. Range is taking such a long journey to reunite with the rest of the team because he's the furthest away. Magna, on the other hand, will isolate Yura for now, but Yura, Toki. Oh, that's such a goal information from Yura, giving so much information for Toki to take him down in a swift.
Yeah, and that is quite the harsh way to actually bow out as well, just being caught out like that. Whereas the fights here inside of the city will possibly not end so soon. But there are also other alternatives that Magna could actually opt for if they want to look for more of all these numbers by wrapping around this sector of Novo Noye. Range, he doesn't seem to have the best of artillery to actually fend off with the DP as well as the micro Uzi. So he's got to really take a different angle to actually maneuver around this from a sector. It's MQN. They do have a 3-man stack going on. They will have to first and foremost deal with Dale, who does have a huge machine gun at hand.
I do want to see how this unfold for the side of MQN for now. Magna, they have really strong willpower and spirit when it comes to the first few days of the league itself, but it feels like it's just going down and start to lose those spirit along the process in the entire week 1. But Harame Bro, they want to fight still. Dale with no helmet. I'm not sure if he got himself any vest on, but definitely still trying to pick up the challenge with that DP28 while trying to get over and maybe even buy some space for the rest of his own teammate to loot up and find any utilities, any sort of throwables as much as they can. But they barely land any on, except for a couple of hand grenades Nothing more than that. Barely got himself even any health utilities even. So even Dale's, resort to swimming. But CFU and TGOA, we do have another scrimmage here. Not really scrimmage. Another skirmish between these two teams.
Yeah, and this is going to be inside of Primus, where there is not really the best of covers out there. That grenade coming from Edward does clip onto these players of CFU, and Hang is being left to fend off from another different sector of this compound. And there's already one member out of TGOA hunting out Aurora Chili. He's going to be going for that push. Edward, as well as May, coming for the flank. Whereas then, he's not really in the best spot to also supplement any form of damage as well. Zen only has a Bison in hand. But of course, in close range, it will still be very much effective. As 12K being prepared. And Hang opts to run instead of landing the shot. And CFU just giving so much space. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing, but Hang is just battling it out. Where Zed, he's not looking to push out as well. This is the perfect time to strike. But instead, he's finding an opening. He will be able to move into the same sector. And Zed finally supplements a little bit more damage being done towards the side of Edward. And Aurora Chili continues on, chasing him down. Hang down, and now it's only down to Zed. And just like that, the rest of CFU gets depleted. Beautiful work coming out from TGOA.
I'm surprised there's a delayed reaction coming out from Hang. Knowing for the fact he's guarding over the stairs, that they will actually going for the rush from that point of view as well. He parked himself down, but the dedication coming from TGOA to just hunt him down, that's remarkable. I cannot stop thinking about Hang because that's what I call my favorite cat anyways.
Oh, your favorite cat's Hang?
Nobu's second nickname is actually Hang, yeah.
Interesting. Like, it's of all the names out there, a lot of pet owners that give it something really cute, like Candy or whatever name it is. Like,
cats
Hang.
never respond to this kind of name.
So why Hang?
Because he's like a PC that always, jam up and hang, because he just doesn't know what he wants. And when I call him, he just stares back and I'm like, are you a sort of a hang cat? That kind of reason, yeah.
I see.
I usually give my pet nicknames based on their attributes and their characters. So I think that's the best response I can get from a cat. At least I feel good about calling them, and at least I can see the response coming out from them. Yeah.
And I just love it. Like that every name definitely stands for something, and I used to have pets, and I don't think I can say it on stream what I used to call my cat. Okay, you can just directly DM me later, just in case it's not stream appropriate. Okay, I do know some people calling really weird, awkward names for their pet, even though you thought they are cursing, but they're actually just calling their pets. Okay, I do know that really happened in real life. Sorry for a segue, guys, but nothing is happening after that skirmish anyways. Yeah, overall, like, our teams are just preparing for the latest stages of the game, where stage 1, it's very common for teams to collect all the loots possible, especially with that first aid kit. That's going to be very vital for that late game preparation as well. So Andrew's got only one pack so far with ABS in hand. Just about, a Molotov? YG, as much as time is of the essence before stage 1 to close out, they haven't really fully looted per se. You just look at Romeo Boy, he's only having level 1 gear. Loki's only having level 1 helmet. That definitely will be a struggle for the side of YG. Meanwhile, the team that's struggling right now to actually find a spot of their own, it's going to be KE. Boy's not overlooking the kill. Taps being part. Beautiful shots coming in from exit to nail it down with the Mini 14.
Incredible taps. Barely missed that one, and the rest of APG now reunite as a team, trying to go in for the rush. It's always usually I saw exit is a bit isolated than the rest, but I love the fact he changed the way he plays, working as a unit this time. For the side of KE and APG, it's not done yet because Ozja is nearby. And not just that, we do have FV passing by. But on the side of the top, he had brilliant run in the last map. But so far, you have to bow out early on back in the lobby in this first wrangle. The rest of Ozja Esports might actually take the fires against KE, while APG in the process running and rushing. Boy, Sean ran down by Exit and finished off by him personally as well.
APG just really double it down when APG still has another team to also meet up, and that is going to be Ozja Esports. They managed to pin down Astro X, it seems. Meanwhile, FV, they won the top end of the hill as well. So many teams battling here by the top of the hill, and there is going to be blood splattered across the map. 1-for-1. FV will eventually lose Junkie as well. And Anchor PUBG, they see this as a chance to strike.
And there goes the nade being tossed out on this potato hills of Pachinki. It's one of the most famous checkpoint based on the circle as well. But FV taking on Scry, APG taking advantage. But Ozja Esports feels like they are in dire need of help with nobody else to help Skynin other than Skynin picking up Renza. There's no way Skynin can actually do that. He needs to hop on those vehicles and go for this engagement instead, because APG might actually just be the cleanup crew from the sidelines.
And we got the fourth challenger on their way in as well. HWG heard all that ruckus from the lower end of the hill, and they want some of that pie. And that grenade coming in from Marcus just wipes out Ozja so early in the game.
It's quite difficult to fathom the fact Ozja Esports, one of the best team by far in the top 3, now have no chance to catch up to West Point Mamba and JE at the same time due to this loss. I'm not sure if they have enough games for today to redeem themselves by end of this week, which is going to be today as well, to know for a fact which group they'll be having in the next week. But APG, they're not done yet. Still scouting for more. Raul's the next target. Marcus tried to fish him out. Got chipped quite a bit of damage from those fires shot by Raul, but DD and Magic reposition himself. I'm not sure if APG want to extend this fight. I don't think it's wise for them to do so until Exit is here. But it feels like a bit of communication. Exit still wants to go for the fight.
Yeah, Exit, he's just trying to draw a little bit more of the attention of all these players over on the side of the hill. FV remaining very persistent on hugging by the foothill. Finally will need to reposition as the new circle actually appears across the corners of the farm. So Anchor PUBG, they honestly don't have to move all too much. Now they do spot out members inside of HWG, so another battle erupts between the team.
After one the other from the pan to the fire, APG should have just taken a fight when they're trying to part ways just now. Walk straight into HWG, but HWG fights back. Mewtwo and Yaka waiting to defend their fortress, but Eiko knocks on the ground. Mewtwo cooking up the nade, hoping it will be lopped perfectly well to the side of APG, but might actually bomb his own teammate there. Have to be extra careful, no accidents should be happening here right now. Yatka resetting himself, got 4 bullets left for those DBS, need to have a bit of a reload, but APG still running amok. They're trying to shut them down all way possible. HWG still managed to take down on another, as Mewtwo just giving off warning grenades for them to not cross these boundaries.
Yeah, they're just basically creating a little bit more of a zone for themselves. Mewtwo needing to get this important pickup in order to have a chance against APG, but APG, their explosiveness have already costed them a lot of lives. Meanwhile, they lose one more for the time being. So this is going to be a 2 versus 1 if it really continues on, as other teams are slowly moving across this sector. HWG still going in for another pickup. Great knock, nonetheless, coming in from Anchor.
No!
Oh my goodness. The flame is going to take out Alpha and Mewtwo. He's hoping to save him, but there is just no chance.
Oh, he's hugging around the corners, barely make it out alive, and that hand grenade just now almost exploded! And never mind, Exit just clutched himself the entirety of HWG after the rest of the teammates were down. But K is just too close for comfort. They are rushing straight into TJOA, going back to his APG, but we do have Vipers against Sin at the same time on different compound entirely.
Oh boy, Vipers tried to actually move up the hill and they have not been able to have the best of vision to actually maneuver around that fight. Meanwhile, the rest of TGOA sees this spot to be the perfect place to be, and Exit continues to pile on them. He's gonna try to run one over, and he stole that Lucia and Mix and Exit literally in style. 6 kills already, and there are still more shots being fired at him. Can he survive though? Falcon now landed with a little bit more of that grenade coming in from Dragon, and Newbie is now flushing right in. Goblin needs to hold the line. Damage being done from the grenade, and the DBS doing some work. Whereas Falcon, with one member standing, they cannot last any longer against Game Lapse.
And they still have support fire from Kai with that Mini 14 from afar on top of that sniper tower. Coming out from the side of APG Exit, that was smooth criminal moment for him. I mean, like, he went away, barely make it out alive, but still, what a smooth guy. But coming up from the side of Exit, now you have to fight against the entirety of the map by himself, trying to get into the circle, might bomb into Harame Bro, even TGOA, if they happen to be clashing in that particular direction. But Harame Bros, on the other hand, due to their vehicle audio cue, I think they can be heard by G-Lab and Falcon at the same time. Falcon left only Chun Lone here. We have so many solo players left in this map right now.
Yeah, it's just battles after battles. It's going to be a 4 versus 4, and usually only one of them will become a victor, but it's not really clean fights that we're looking all around. As Scotty now gets tagged up as well. This is coming in from KE from long range, whereas Game Labs, they're hoping to actually sustain with the defense, and MQN, they're just slowly depleting him now. Now it's only up to Dragon as well as Newbie to really clean up shop. But it should be doable as they are all bleeding on the floor. It's Newbie that will save them all throughout.
They're not done yet. Look at Sin. If Sin happen to be spot them on, and the smoke will give their positions away, lucky enough they actually make a bit of a U-turn before just driving straight into this compound. Evil definitely spotted them out, but at least they still have enough time to recuperate themselves and reassess the situation. But they still have one more player to pick up. Newbie, hoping to have Dragon back on feet on the side of Hyena Ravenwood. Things are getting really ugly.
Yeah, they do have a couple of DBSs to work with, whereas Romeo as well as Andrew did actually prime a little bit more of the grenades to be able to knock down Baby, and Zap is pushing upwards, trying to find the angles in, but one grenade will be able to take him off the game. Hyena Ravenwood make it into the top 10, but couldn't take out the rest of Yangon Galacticos.
Only down to stage 4, but we left with 9 team. Now, that's gonna be a super speed Sonic light year of fast rotations between these teams here. We barely actually see this fast of a game in Wrangle, and this guy's just running amok, gunning people down. On the side of AV, I'm surprised they managed to survive this long after such a long trip for them to finally land here. We saw them clashing into so many teams, getting these fights going on, managed to go away and unscathed, and that's the biggest thing right now for them. They managed to survive, but Harame Bro is their next contender. Range and the rest of Harame Bro spot out another team across them, but at least they place one player to scout from the back line. So AV will be alerted by the rest of the roster coming up from Harame Bro if they can spot him out. If not, this can be a great opportunity for AV to really bump up their numbers when it comes to those overall ranking chart.
Yeah, and you can already see that a lot of all these teams have this nothing to lose mentality already, which is why that they're crashing into the compounds, taking all these contests very, very early on. Even a team like TGOA have been able to garner so much. Look at Edward. He's got 4 kills already in this game, and it's the total of 7 that TGOA have managed to accomplish within the span of the matchup. So, for now, as much as they have already quieted down, it will only take 30 more seconds before all the other teams will have to move yet again. Ronald being spotted out as TGOA hoping to pick up some of all these players of FD, FTX coming across the other quarter of the circle. So, Yangon Galacticos, they're not going to be within the sight of any other team for now.
For now.
So,
very soon they will be, because you look at how crowded what's in front of them right now. And I love the fact that Mane or Manat this time is actually spreading out to open up the angle for the rest of the team to scout out if there's anybody else from the sidelines. PBE, on the other hand, spotted out Sen, who's actually fighting against another team just now. They barely make it alive, now have to force themselves to take for another round. Romeo Boy spotted out Evil. Now Sin, they try to hide himself after that heavy casualty on this side, but G-Lab is pushing it. Falcon eliminated in this one. Surprisingly, a lot of top teams are struggling in this Erangel map for the final day in week 1.
Yeah, and this is definitely what we also want to see as well, where a lot of all the other teams are really showing up huge, especially those that are desperate to get the bonus points, right? TGOA is the prime example in this game itself, whereas KE, despite them lasting so long in the game, they only are left with 2 members and have yet to actually secure any form of eliminations for now. They may not actually get too many chances if they were just to leave this one be, but GameLab, their goal here is to end up in the top 8. And with that 7-pointer here, if they do end up with Chicken Dinner, it is definite that they will shoot up in the standings. Whereas Troll and the rest of PBE, they're here to invade the rest of Game Labs that are going to be cluttered inside of the shelters of the bunker.
We saw so many teams just cutting across this mushroom tower just now and died multiple times, but PBE Raimon have that one rock to take cover. For such a long time, these guys have been here and trying to hunt people down, finally get into this sniper's hut, and now they knock on one. It's going to be a huge nade for themselves. G-Lab is nading their own teammate, which is not great due to the smoke. Try to pick them back up the pieces, but YG taking advantage of things here. Finish of an eliminated entirety. G-Lab being decimated in the hands of YG, but they're not done, as PBE caught themselves in a trap as well. YG spreading out every corner possible to wrap things around.
And the coast isn't clear, whereas for YG, they're still really holding on to these angles, and perhaps this will be their best run inside of this map itself. They're going back on track, especially now with so many of all these hard hitters being not in the game from Group D. They're taking a lot of all these chances, and the best part about how YG is playing is that they're making sure that entire northern section is absolutely cleared up, so they will be able to actually find an entry. But they still have to deal with PBE, though. After eliminating a game lapse, it's really not settled just yet. So YG, they are treading lightly. They don't want to make mistakes. Meanwhile, Harami Bro will have to cut right into the circle along with FV. And TGOA, after such a strong run, they're left with 2 members, and they are one of the furthest teams away.
At the same time, we do have one player of Sen coming up for Holy Lanju, just on the southern part, and he's alone right now. So far, nobody else is around him. But YG is not done here just yet. They want to take PBE down because this is the only team that will stop them from this chicken dinner. Loki repositioned himself to see whoever's on the second story. But at the same time, Andrew wants to go for the rush. They prepared themselves with those DBS. A Romeo Boy bridge in. Sin being eliminated by the side of FV, who's rotating towards the southern part. But YG, they want to take PBE down. They need to do this as fast as possible. Monboy cooking up the nade, hoping to land on one of the players of YG. They're spreading out, but Andrew, 1 HP left, still survives.
Monboy, he's got to pull off an upset here. He's got the DPS unloading onto Murnat Boy, and he will still land it onto his legs. And PBE, they can only hold on for so long, and now we're moving into the top 5, and Yangon Galacticos is unstoppable.
Same goes for the side of FB. They survived this long as well. Still remain as a 3. But YG, as you mentioned, they have a full squad. They have the numbers. And TGO is a bit busy against KE. Devon trying to take the front line. Managed to shut down on range. That's big and huge at this point. But it's going to be two-way war here for the side of KE because they don't have to deal with only TGOA. There's also FV who's shooting down that IGL back on his knees. It's going to be magics from afar. But TGOA know for a fact they're not alone fighting against KE. They're definitely aware there's going to be FV on the other side. But Devon will definitely be stolen by TGOA. Amora willingly want to go up. But at the same time, a bit too careful. Very cautiously approaching KE slowly but surely. On the side of Kaya, things not great either because you saw YG and they stole it away after that knock.
Oh boy, things are slowly getting pretty rowdy right there. And YG having one member being tagged up. And that will basically hold them back as they're thinking whether or not to actually pick up their own teammate, where Kaya is really holding down the line, but eventually will meet the demise with one Molotov to seal the deal. Kill Loki, didn't even have to look. Yangon Galacticos, they have perfect vision from the top, so it's really how everybody else on the bottom will be able to actually seek them out.
Split it into 2-2 formation coming up from YG. Try to cover as wide as angles as possible. TGOA will have difficulties to hike up here, but he's playing around the terrain, just making sure he's covering himself, trying to see who's up there. Definitely spotted out Mane for Amura, but he knows for a fact Avis just behind him, too close for comfort. But Edward trying to figure out how to reposition himself without being spotted by this two teams at the same time. Quite difficult if you see here. A couple of valleys to work around this, but the pits will not cover them for so long, and the blues are closing in at the same time. The one that actually inside of the circle is just YG for now.
YG just could basically play this one very slowly and just wait for all of them to rise up to the hill. Edward is the first casualty right here that leaves only a Murachili, and just like that, they bow out. FPX finds themselves in the top two. But how are they supposed to deal with YG from this position? I don't really see too much of a room for them to work with. And Magic's already being knocked out. They are rushing right in. And Cute Loki wants to be the guy to claim the chicken dinner for Yangon Galacticos.
YG is back and they're here to stay. Just hopefully they're not too late into the party. But hey, at least it's better late than never. YG is back after such a long pause of quietness and absence for the past few days. Now coming back with a chicken in the first wrangle of our last day in week number 1. But how much did they secure those eliminations? That's the bigger question, because so far we saw Mane and also as Loki got quite a high volume kill.
Yeah, and I think like this is perfect scenario for YG, right? After a couple of run-ins and a couple of bad days, this is what they really truly deserve when it comes down to how they've been able to play out the course of Argyle, and finally they've been able to find their form once again. So we take a look at the best player here in this map, and it has to be Bernat Boy here to have a total of a whopping 1,071 damage to offer, and almost every single one of it is basically a kill confirmed when he has gotten 9 points back for the team.
Coming out, this is going to be the last season gunslinger coming out from YG Manat. You know, this is within our expectations. We've got one of the highest damage dished out in this map, but will be enough come out from YG to push themselves in the top 3 by the end of today. But coming out from AB, personally, I think this is their best run yet in the entirety of week 1 PMPL Wildcard.
That's right, and you know, the biggest shocker here with all these results is that TGOA, we see so many of all these games that they absolutely got crushed very early on. This time, they not only held their ground, but also secured quite a number of takedowns for themselves. And all this battle actually starts off of the island where both Harami Bro as well as FQS begin the fight here that didn't really yield results for both of them. And this hill right on the south side of Pachinki is where all the chaos broke loose, right? Where we have KE, we have Ankle PUBG, as well as Aja Esports that went in for contest after contest, but the playmaker out of all of that was exit of Ankle PUBG.
Yeah, that's arguably one of the highest contest checkpoints in this kind of circle. You do know for a fact if the circle spreads a bit of Kaka, a bit of a round Rostock area in the center of a map, basically everybody wants to take that sort of a checkpoint, but there's too many teams having the same mindset at the same time. But YG, they're close enough getting those eliminations higher than before. I mean, like they definitely scored the highest by an individual. That was Loki for 11 eliminations, but they didn't break the record as a team. But close enough though, 16 eliminations, 26 points. Now I definitely know they'll push themselves in the top 5 when it comes to overall rankings, but due to this high kill volume from one particular team, it caused quite a number for all the teams down there as well. You look at how many zeros of eliminations for some teams.
Yeah, and it's really tough when it comes down to having that form of hive mindset to really take those compounds. And I think at the very least, majority of all the teams have actually gotten involved into team fight so they can still get accustomed and get better into the upcoming games. So with that said, here is the total standings after the conclusion of map 1. We will have YG now sitting pretty in top 3, pushing down Asia Esports, where Asia, they didn't manage to secure many of these points in Erangel.
We're looking at the gap between GE and West Pomau, which both are not playing since they are in Group D after all. But for YG, this is a good start for them because we saw them in second place yesterday as a start, right? And they've been pushed down all the way down there to a 8th place and now climbing back up. But like I mentioned before, HWG, PBE, and GLab always alternating between their placement in the second page here. They kind of stuck here for the longest time, honestly. Now we do have another contender. Harame Bro now pushed up to take the place on 13 and HWG being pushed down instead. But the gap in between them is just so small that I think it's pretty much reachable between these 14. But the gap between the 14 and 15th place, though, that's a huge one.
Yeah, and I was also checking out on the first page how many points does it really take Game Labs as well as PBE to actually reach to the front page. Less than 5 points, honestly. So in another span of round, perhaps these two can move up. So maybe this situation of having a glass ceiling won't be for long for some of these teams that are on the higher position on the second page here. So great going for a lot of all these teams to be able to reap so many points out of what there is. But next up, Group D is going to be back, and I wonder if they will have the same chance again.
Yep, next we don't have Group A playing, but before we're heading to our last wrangle for the entire week of Week 1 PMPL Wildcard South Asia fall season, we have to head the break for a bit. So see you guys in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere because today is going to be the last day in week number 1. See you guys in just a tiny bit.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back, folks. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. Of course, we got the beautiful Chuchu with me here, Contra, to bring you through even more of the action here and more chicken dinners to come on our final day of week 1. And so far, what we saw on the earlier span of Arangel is where Diego Galacticos have finally found their form again to claim that chicken dinner for themselves.
Provided that Group D is not playing. I mean, like, not taking credit away from the side of YG, yes, but the moment we saw Group D, or the entirety of Group D plays, we can see there's a bit lackluster performance coming from YG, but that's really smart of them, knowing for the fact they do have Esports as high contenders here. We talked about the overall rankings, right? Now, YG did secure the chicken dinner in a very, very fashionable way possible, in a flashy strat at that. Divide themselves into 2-2 formation and such confidence, getting themselves those high grounds. I mean, they're playing smart. We're talking about YG improving over the course of the entire week, 5 days in a row, and they have been quiet yesterday. Now we do have Group D playing back in the fray. I do want to see how they perform next.
Yeah, and with the Group D players to be back on the board, this is where they will be able to contest. But of course, for those of you guys who are waiting for the games to happen, you know what? Open up your PUBG Mobile client and check out some of all these amazing skins. And this is a skin that's coming up really soon where you can land your hands on the Ultimate set that offers you the Crimson FPL keys for you to seize the glory. So, of course, with myself struggling to actually pronounce it, I got it right this time.
Oh, thank you. I mean, like, you did a great job there, buddy. But coming up for you guys to experience in the game itself, a brand new world for you, which we do have dinosaurs this time. The first time ever PUBG Mobile put in dinosaur. We had like what, Pharaoh back in the days with Egypt sort of a team. But this time we have the ancient mythical creature of dinosaurs. So let your creativity run well and just, you know, wander around, have fun.
And not only you can wander around, you could basically speed through the neighborhood here and race your way to victory with the Ducati Panigale V4S. And you got a lot of all these collaboration items between PUBG Mobile as well as Ducati that is available throughout the course of the month. So it's only up to the 15th, so you only got about 10 days or 11 for you to actually land your hands on that Ducati.
Now, if you cannot afford those Ducati, at least you can afford this, right? The Royal Pass A series, all new, available for you guys, and you guys can actually get more than just one Ducati skin. At least you have the entire bundle, provided you have to log in every single day, do the missions, but it's gonna be fun if you're playing alongside with your friends and even your family here. So be sure to buy the Royal Pass as fast as you can.
That's right, and you can also enjoy your time with your friends by basically taking a stroll around Dino Grounds. It is the brand new team mode that you can find by just basically downloading the map if you haven't already, and you could just enjoy stomping on other people by riding a T-Rex.
Can we actually run people down with T-Rexes though? Now you make me wonder, there's kind of questions in my mind, because we do see vehicles, that kind of logic in that sense, but yeah, back to us, our PMPL. We do have a wrangle for our next map. It's going to be the last wrangle of the entire week here. It's really important, extreme importance for this team to score it. And we don't have Group A playing, which is going to be HWG, FB, MPX, Austria, Esports, and PPE. But we are welcoming back our all new friends in Group D.
That's right, and I guess for the predictions this time, it will be altered yet again. So with that being said, I'm not gonna put what's the obvious, right? Like, I'm actually rooting for the guys on the second page to be able to reach forward. And of course, the two potential teams to do so is both Arabi Bro as well as Game Lab. So why not go up together if they could actually do so? Enigma, they've been up and down from the third position all the way down to the 5th. They've been pushed around from 6 and 7. I think it's high time that they solidify themselves in the top 5.
On the side of my prediction, APG, I mean, I saw just now, even Exit really tried to push himself more than he usually does. But at least this time we can see a bit of a rework formation coming up from the side of APG. Instead of going for 1-3, and Exit is always the one that being isolated as a 1 or being the scouter, or even the flanker for the team. Now they're working well as a unit. I do want to see them to actually try and push it up when it comes to their strategy in the game and how organized they are in team coordination. And other than that, GE and West Pomamba, I mean, like, this is, you know, pretty straightforward. We do know GE right now is the best team. We do know I'm not surprised they can score triple chicken again by end of today, but I do want to see the contenders, the closest contenders, which is going to be West Point Mumbai here, to do something more than GE offers to us.
Yeah, and I guess like there is definitely a lot of all these potential coming in from the names that we actually bring up here in the predictions overall. So GE, I think that they still have that same form of ferocity to offer in this particular match, so keep an eye out. And if PBE could have done it back in Sanok to really shut them down, other teams could also find a certain formula to actually catch them in really awkward positions. But most parts of a wide map, I think like there's ample time for them to really play for position and really maneuver around. So it is going to be very difficult, but of course, like what they always say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So with all of these teams now jet set and ready, we are going to be moving into our final map of Angle of the weekend. Let's go.
I can see you try to work out the timing. Nice try again. you missed it, bro, 2 times now. Oh man, you can do it.
Just 1 second. I tried.
We do have a very vertical flight this time, and it's so rare to see such a straight line in any map when it comes to the flight itself. But it's not really dividing the map evenly, but it's more towards the side of the right side or on the east side. Now it makes me wonder, will we be having sort of a quarry circle then, because we did have once in this entirety of the week, but we only have that once, and that's just it. But coming up from this sort of a flight path, a lot of teams, I think there's usually going to be 2 teams dropping around SMB. We never get ourselves any SMB circle just yet. We might actually have it in the last few days in the PMPL. Maybe that's the case.
Come on. Bring it to us. Just give it to us. Well, maybe we have to wait for week 2? Or
Grand
what's
finals?
the case here? Grand finals. I actually would prefer it to be on the grand finals if we're ever gonna get it. So let's first take a look at the current situation. There's a lot of teams moving into Milta though. We have Game Labs, Magna SG, and Harami Bro instead of moving into Laborinoye. They are avoiding that area because West Point Mamba chooses to drop there instead. But the good news is most of the teams are within the first stage, so they can play it as slow as they want.
I do know the main reason why there's so many teams on top of Milta right now is because PBE is not playing, and that's their usual spot. Whenever PBE is playing, nobody's touching Milta for now. But Magna and Harami Bro, I mean, like, first few days, we always see Harami Bro versus KE, but these days I feel like they kind of have a thing against Magna. It feels like their chemistry has been gelling well, and their fate is just intertwined together for the rest of the week 1 right now. And Harami Bro having a bit of a difficulty when it comes to getting themselves some loot to work around. And worst part, Magna barely have any. At least Bros, I love to call them Bros, right? It feels like they're my bro now. But for the side of Harami Bros, they actually do have more than what Magna do actually manage to loot up. And that's going to be really tough for Magna because they are one of the best team, I think, coming in as a rookie this season. And their firepower will have so much confidence in it. It's just timing-wise and strategy, that's where they're lacking for a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think like once they actually got that one sorted out, Magna can really go far. There's so many times throughout the course of the week we actually see them moving into top 5. So it does go to show that they do have what it takes. But firepower-wise, I guess that's where they just need to solidify their positioning as a squad in total in order to take other players out, because what we last saw coming in from a lot of all these members, they really do hold their own. So of course, that team aside, we're gonna also take a bird's eye view at Sin Esports that have got the whole section of Yasna Polyana. That's a great way to actually start off the round here, where FOD, they take position inside of the corners of Lipovka all the way down east. So these are some of the safe havens that these teams are guarding.
Speaking of guarding, who do you think, in your opinion, that having the most strongest defense of all the teams that we witnessed for the past few days?
Strongest defense. I think I have to name 2 names because GE definitely showed us that they are a team that always defend compounds really, really well. So put that aside, right? Like, they are number 1. They're good in both attack as well as offense. If we're also looking at another team that's really good on the defense, I gotta really think here.
I personally feel like FOD do have a shot at that when it comes to defending.
Yeah, I think they do a pretty decent job. If I were to pick another team, perhaps Enigma. Enigma has the firepower to really flush out teams whenever they charge right in as well. So, yeah, good call. I think FOD, Enigma, these are 2 really solid squads that have defended very well.
In my case, I don't know. The only name that I can actually think of when it comes to defending is just FOD for now. I didn't see too much of the others. But West Point Mamba and Enigma, for me, other than GEG, pretty much balance out everywhere. And they're master of everything right now. But West Point Mamba will be next best to GE, obviously. And also Enigma when it comes to offensive side. Pretty strong when it comes to taking compounds, but at the same time, you know, I feel like West Point Mamba relying too much on Federales alone.
Now I feel it's pretty well balanced, where even Michi has been able to hold his own, and not only that, the entirety of the squad of West Point Mamba, seems to be playing a lot more as a team as compared to, just relying on Federalis himself. Though we did see majority of damage coming from there. Oh, a little bit more of those early casualties here between Falcon as well as Ravenwood, as Ravenwood has Harley here to secure the first blood for the team, but more are coming in the way. Zappel tries to reposition as well, so they will have a 2 members being sent in to clear up the hill. I love what I'm seeing here between these teams.
Man.
And Falcon getting tagged from behind, and that's GE stealing one away.
Speaking of the top teams up there, even West Point Mumbai are taking action towards the other team. They're taking themselves 1 elimination points. The one that actually going down is going to be Falcon, but not willing to go down just yet, says Cloud. But Ravenwood, baby, and the rest of the team a bit too far to help their teammate. Harley's on the ground bleeding out. It's not done yet. We do have GE now start to crush and compress Ravenwood both ways. We say Cloud as the sole member of Falcon still trying to keep the pressure on, and the nade drops too. Make it more for GE as they finish the entirety. And wait, what? Falcon steals away. 2 of them down.
A little bit of piece of points for everybody out there, and Ravenwood just got caught out in a very awkward position, right? Like, despite GE getting 1 more knock onto his Falcon, it seems like they actually walk away alive because of that push that didn't really work out well in on the warehouse itself. And then Ravenwood, they really were sandwiched in between without much to do. Though I love the ideas, they're just not really in the right position.
There's no covers, there's no compounders in between, there's no structures for them to hide themselves or take cover in case there's an ambush. And that's the case for most of the teams down there. Yes, it's great. I love to see it start to step up their game here when it comes to being as aggressive as possible. But at the same time, there are places where you cannot be that aggressive. In this case, we saw where Ravenwood Hyena, when they tried to actually push towards the side of Falcon, even though it's just 1 player remaining, but the space is just too open for them to actually take a fight head on. And usually that's not going to be a good ending for both teams in that case.
True enough. And then I guess like the biggest takeaway here is that Ravenwood did actually secure 2 points. So it wouldn't be a too dire of a situation for them to actually go out the game so early on, because sometimes certain other teams, some would even last to 9th position and not even get any form of elimination going into the game, and then they walk out with no ranking points. That itself is also pretty heartbreaking. So I definitely commend members of the side of Hyena Ravenwood to be trying nonetheless. But of course, update of the circle brings us all into Yasnaya Polyana, the city of sin. Well, some people will call that to be Las Vegas.
Wow.
I don't know. Like, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking at the southern part just now. I was hoping APG and K will actually clash. They did exchange some look between them driving by, but surprisingly, they're both parting ways. But coming up from the same angle, we do have another team trying to force it out. I'm not sure which was it, but Sin definitely taking a bit of a fight against TGO in the same compound. Now, surprisingly, Sin only left Moy here by himself. I'm not sure where are the rest of the roster.
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty split apart across the township of Yasnaya Polyana. And with a full squad sent their way, it seems like Sin is starting to send more members to back Moy up. Spotting one out, Edward being chipped out by a little tad bit by the frag grenade. And here goes the rest of Sin Esports just hugging by the corner of the wall. And TGO is on the opposite side of the wall instead. Moy, he might have actually found those angles. Holy Lanju proceeds forward, but will be depleted instantly.
Gonna have Fee coming up from the Sin side. He's gonna be the one that managed to clutch this one now. But we do see there's another team might actually pass through here anytime soon. Moy tried to pick up on Evil while Avi opened up the space for them to actually do so much work. But TGOA, surprisingly, they are not trying to push as a 4. regardless of how they know they knock on one early on, West Point Mamba taking a rush against Magna Esports, where they have some difficulty to actually to survive. G-Lab fighting against another team, which is going to be Harami Bro, and Newbie shut down on them. I don't know how far West Point Mamba right now, but I think it's going to be less than 300 meters apart from where Sin is fighting against TGOA.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and I guess that members of G-Lab are hoping to keep Harami Bro sitting on that second pager and move up by themselves. Good grenade on top of May, but not being able to knock him down. We're going to be tracing him forward, but May have decided to also breach into the compound as well. A little bit more of a crossfire setup between FV as well as Moy, so they're currently stuck within this building if they don't really do anything about it. They have to rely on Evil, but Evil is just hiding, slowly bleeding out. I don't think there's a way that Sin could actually survive, to tell the tale. So TGOA playing it really smart, and there's just so many more teams on rotation. Game Labs will be taking a very slow route from Milta. So hopefully they have enough mats to actually get right in. Meanwhile, top side of Stalver is where it's going to be pretty safe for CFU. And all the commotion is happening inside of the city.
Yep, and at least these guys have some consolation for those actually fighting indoors on top of Yasnaya Poliana. They don't have to run just yet because the circle's still on top of them. But the side of GE, Smile was scouting just now before he being shut down entirely by another team. Happened to be gatekeeping on the other end. YG spreading out, try to force himself forward, try to advance, but at the same time spot a couple of players across them. Now, they have to be extra careful. If they're not aware what's happening behind them, even though they try to turn their vision to the side of Vipers, there's going to be a lot of teams eyeing them out at the same time. Andrew scouted out Spoogle, want to shoot him down, but the terrain will not allow him to do so.
Not at all, and the fight will continue on the inside of the building. Spooky arrives to see the take out view, but Sin, they have already spotted out TGOA members exiting the compound instead, and with that, FE catches one out. So it doesn't seem like either sides have actually been able to come out huge, and sadly for Harami Bro, they walk away with no points on 15.
Surprisingly, because they were trying to shoot down so many teams before, a couple of knockdowns by their kill feed just now, but didn't secure those eliminations. The side of Sin, they've been defending this longer so far, and we talked about which team will be one of the best defenders out there. We have to give it to Sin for now, because coming in rushed by TGOA before and they lasted this long as a duo, that's quite a feat here compared to all the other teams that sometimes, you know, just couldn't hold it in after such a long time. But for TGOA, they know for a fact they need to back out now. Things didn't work out quite right as they're left with only one player. Heavy casualty after trying to force and force their way in. A bit too late, and they're gone.
That's right. Perfect defensive setup coming out of Sin. And of course, that also have them suffering a little bit more of that casualty, even despite that being pretty near perfect, right? Like, that's how a defense should be done when you do have such a huge real estate. You really gotta also see through how well FV as well as Moy have worked all together in tandem to really bring the entirety of the squad of TGOA down.
But at least
that is going on.
Sorry, but at least they were lucky, because I was surprised nobody else trying to actually snatch those plays away from them after open fire for such a long time. Definitely all the other teams nearby can hear that. And they got so many loot boxes beside them for the side of Sin. So I think they will survive much, much longer after this, provided that they actually rotate on the right side instead of going straight cutting into the circle, because you look at this southern part on top of Yasnaya itself. Make it 8 teams, 6, 7 teams down there.
My goodness, this is a perfect spot for Vipers to actually prey on them, because eventually all these teams will have to move away from that city, and there's going to be a big fight that will be happening for those that are now within that city itself. So over the top side of the hill, we also do get a little bit more of a battle between all these teams. Enigma having Koopa swinging directly at Hang, and he's just going to be able to nail him down before you even get much recovery time. Joseph now getting tagged up as well. Caps doing so much work. Enigma really shining right here from the top end of Stalber and still gunning in for more. Whereas YG takes another point of the exit here by guarding the lakeside, and Loki is just stopping from the rest of KE from proceeding forward, where they're starting to actually put in a little bit more firepower of their own, flushing with grenades. KE taking multiple positions here. They're not going to be inside of the building, but YG with the segregation, not sure if this one will work out perfectly though.
A lot of resources being invested by both teams, but KE negate themselves in a very fashion way, just now jumping up and down just to waste YG troubles for now. But Loki and Monette do have the higher spot and the higher ground advantage, and they do have more walls to work with for the side of KE, but YG in a rut here. The trench will not last very long as Kaya start to push from the flank. Devon joins in. Now they're going in and compress any way possible. Every angle's covered by the side of YG being smothered by the presence of KE now. And try to fight back. Counter fire. They got onto the rooftop. The top bot done time. But Mane caught on KE at the same time. They don't have the support fry from those high grounds anymore. Boyshon and Devon taking the front line. Manette have to actually reset himself. But KE back up on their feet. They're like zombies.
Yeah, and it was such an important pick right there coming from Minapple, and this is where they spot out the bat as well. He's got so much to deal with, and it's about time that Romeo Boy also chips it right in. He does find him in the exchange, but Romeo Boy is going to be knocked out. Kaya will have enough time to revive. Doesn't matter if he gets caught out. Boyshan with the flank. 1-for-1 trade. 1 versus 1 is where we're at. And make that 1 versus 2 eventually with more time. YG may not actually have much more to do with. And here comes Captain Devon pushing forward. He's got enough time though. 2 members back up, and Bernard still does it.
And he's not done. Loki just being revived back then. Now back bleeding out on his knees. He's trying to pick up the pieces for Manat, but at the same time, things are too tough and too much. Got so little bullets left. 4 remaining bullets. 1 last reload. The blue zone kicks in. Switch over to rifles. Wrap it up. Taking over KE after such a witty performance. Playing back and forth like a ping pong. Finally wrap things around.
Man, that was an out-of-the-body experience going on for Minap Boy, and he have been able to take on the entirety of KE just like that. Started off with him spotting out the flank from the top side of the rooftops, and then that final moment, he also does have the blue zone to thank for because that also flushed out the final member of KE without much health remaining, and that's 4 takedowns by Marne himself.
But there's going to be a lot more battlefield for all the other teams. West Point Mamba, on the other hand, being shut down slowly in the hands of Enigma. Left with only 1 player. Enigma on the other hand, unstoppable for now. 10 eliminations. If you didn't have their eyes set on Enigma right now, I don't know what else to say. And they still have 3 players remaining in their lineup, which is going to be huge for the side of Enigma. But back to us, all the other teams down there. Those actually at the foot of the hill here. FOD, G-Lab included. While Spooky trying to just guard over this angle by himself. With only Rock in between. Here's Secures coming for the rush. Coming up from flank side. Caps giving support fire was Spooky. Just making sure the attention is on to him. He got no idea to coming up from back on the back line. FOD Easy having this really hard. And not as easy as it is. Going in with the DBS, playing around, ring around, the Rosie around the rock. There's 1 rock, and it's not enough. Enigma stops at 10 eliminations.
Oh, it was so close though, and it's great that we've seen the final member of FOD spotting out the guy from the top side, because Easy, if he did not clear that angle, he would have been done and dusted right there and then. But that is another huge clutch for FOD. They survive not only with 1 man. Easy will be able to eventually go in for the pickup as well. So FOD, we see 1 member on the blue zone. Perhaps he's not going to be able to actually go in for the save. Meanwhile, battle happening between 2 Filipino teams. It's Game Lab versus West Point Mamba. Game Labs. We saw them slowly moving up the hill, and they are having a defensive position by hiding behind the creases of the rocks. but they don't really get those angles against WPM. That is definitely going to be troublesome for them to proceed. But good news is they're already by the rim of the circle, so they can play it as slow as they want to. Jarrell just hugging tightly by the other end, so he won't just be able to eventually find the angles if G-Labs choose to advance forward from there.
It's all about the high grounds right now, really. We saw that done by YG in the last map, exactly as it is again once more. Very similar terrain as the last map as well for the ending. And these guys have to figure out how to climb up to the peak of the mountain if they needed to, because there's no way of winning this unless you are actually on top of those mountains. CFU coming up in a very clear pathway, nobody stopping them, no competitors or whatsoever from interrupting their migration and navigation towards this area of the circle, and they go unscathed and nobody challenging them, but at least it's scored themselves 2 elimination points for now. APG do have the high grounds, but they're not getting the circle. Now Vipers dominating over the center of this map at the current moment. GE, they are spreading out very wide on the western side. Might actually spot out APG. West definitely gives away all this information towards the rest of the roster with YG Marnet. Yes, a huge clutch. Same goes for FOD. But how to get into the circle, and you have to stay at the foot of those hills because there's no easy way up here.
Not at all, and I guess the kingmaker of the hill right now is Vipers because they are in the best position within the line of the circle, whereas there's a whole flock of crowd which may actually overwhelm them if they don't really hold well enough. GE, surely they have just by the corner of the northwestern plains, but that is also a difficult angle to actually work with because there is a lot of empty land, and it's not really a hill that's easy for the rest of GE to climb other than West having the position up the hill. So what West would possibly do is to really pull up an upset against the rest of Anchor PUBG. So for now, a little bit more of that standstill situation, reading between the lines of how to proceed forward. CFU have survived for quite some time right now, and CFU have already gotten 2. YG, next one to be eliminated after securing the chicken dinner in the previous round.
In the hands of CFU, they definitely spotted out the last member of Magna just now, which was Yura. But they have to advance forward like it or not. They cannot extend their stay at the back line. But APG caught themselves in the run of CFU at the same time. Vipers in between here. They might actually be the third party coming up from both teams of APG and CFU. But CFU got the smokes for now, can cover themselves temporarily. But the moment the smoke dissipates, they'll be as clear as the day, can shoot them down. But GE, here comes the kings of the kings in Wildcard. Just happen to be in the center, coming in to cutting across in the middle of a crossfire as well, and taking Vipers one by one.
Vipers still holding on to the compounds right there, but they're not really in the prime position to actually fend off against the rest of them. Anchor PUBG still have the angles against the rest of Vipers. Eventually, once a CFU would be able to resuscitate themselves, they could also do so, and this is why this position is so challenging. And you can see they're just peeping by a tiny little hole, and Anchor PUBG is just waiting for the next circle to appear and then start to strike, and then initiated by CFU instead, immediately being burned out alive with the Molotov, and there is going to be a little bit more retaliation coming in from Marcos as well, dropping those grenades. They're advancing forward without much vision, but there is going to be a little bit more of a pressure coming in from speed as Viper supplement the damage.
But APG responded swiftly with Marcus replying a couple of nades to just bring them down on their feet and just sprayed it out to finish the job. But APG, they don't have time to recuperate that much because GE climbing up from their flank side. A Viper Spoogle spotted out first. Vipers on there, then yes, they do have the compound. They have walls to take covers with. But the problem is they don't have that much information regarding what's happening outside as well. But at least Speed is actually outside. He can actually see through what's going on the outskirts. But APG have the higher ground advantage for now. But definitely not so long because less than 25 seconds. They need to leave those places. G-Lab taking on FOD easy. Well, FOD being eliminated quite early the past few days.
Yeah, and well, at least they've managed to actually play for position, but the problem right now for anybody that's still within the game is that the circle has shifted into these open grounds further away from where Vipers is currently at. And that is advantage given over back into the hands of Genesis Esports. It's just waiting for them. And whoever's on top of the hill here needs to settle the score. They need to eventually climb down. And there is going to be a little bit more drive by one of the players opt to drive directly towards GE. And that is going to be Yura, who's just booking it for the time being.
Magna last survivor Yura have to face the wrath of GE by himself. Well, Vipers a bit too busy against APG, trying to wrap things around, just move towards the center of the circle as fast as they can, while they're tanking the blue zone at the same time. We do have the last remaining member of G-Lab, Scotty, coming out from the sideline. Seeing this for West Point Mamba there. Vipers still having a go against APG. If they're not trying to settle this as quickly as possible, GE might actually be the one cleaning up both teams here.
Yeah, and here goes Speed. He does spot him out, and swiftly as it goes, DJ clears it off with a double shell coming from the DBS. Now, here is your top 5 scenario here, with everybody pulling by the hillside, and Vipers, they had this huge stack of numbers here to still match up against Genesis Esports. We'll see how they are going to fare later on, but all the eyes coming from Master Ichi and Co. It's got to make it pretty difficult. Seems like Zai's have been able to spot out Gerald, and same goes to say that Scotty has been able to do so as well, but he's got to crawl in quickly, and oh my word, DJ, sharp eyes on the corners.
Zai's position is golden for now. You can see both teams what's going on at the other end due to the slopes of the hill. Master Ichi and West is just waiting the information from Zai to pinpoint exactly where the position of the other players. Well, Vipers just next to GE right now, well, divided, separated by this rock in between them. West on the other, waiting for them to climb down, waiting for them to pick out. They still got this curvature of the terrain to cover themselves a bit longer, but for how much longer? They're barely making themselves into the circle. With Magna player, Yura lasted this long in the center. Now, who will spot Magna first? The one person that shoots Magna will give away his positions, and that's where the other teams start to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that not much attention is being drawn directly in the center. That's also because Yura does have a little bit more of that curve to work around with as well. Vipers finding it very difficult to climb down. They're really figuring out should they actually send the vehicle downwards, but by doing so, one member has to be put into a death sentence, whereas the rest of G now corralled a full party marching up ahead. Should be able to actually see some of the movements coming in from Vipers, with Zai being up over onto the top end to take a little bit of a peek. But Yura, he is definitely having worries of his own. Jarrell, he can just stay quietly by the corner here and hope not to be spotted by Vipers.
I feel like Yura cannot sit quiet anymore. I feel like West definitely sniffed away his position. All they need to do is just have a tiny more pick, just 5 steps forward, and that's it. They can see Yura right beneath them. Multiple level of terrains here, making it so hard for the team to see each other out. But West decided to go for the low grounds instead to see if there's anybody hiding around the corners at the foot of the hill. He's so close of sniffing them out. Definitely spot out Darrow in this case in the eyes of West from 3E. But Zai trying to just see if there's anybody will taking up the bait with those smokes that he just tossed just now. But Vipers decided to navigate themselves into the center circle on the other side of the hill instead. So it's quite a far-fetched to see GE spotted out Vipers, but the one that's stuck in between, well, surprisingly, Zai just take himself out of the blue zone.
And West Carry will spot out the final member of MQN, and with that, the fight breaks loose. Spoggle will still find Gerald. Now it's really between the teams with the most numbers, but with Zai being knocked outside of the zone, this is going to be very difficult as they're hugging by the corners here. Now they're also losing angles coming from Vipers. They got to take a leap of faith into this position, and once they do, GE should be pretty much prepared. It's not much time to actually revive Zai for the time being, and they don't have any more days. The slide, they say he will just slide his way to victory.
They were running out of utilities, no more throwables, but Vipers, DJ just took a leap of faith and just end things. As we can see, this chicken dinner is theirs to take, fighting against the strongest team in the PMPL Wildcard South Asia right now. GE couldn't phantom the position. I think it was an accident. Zai were trying to actually hop onto those vehicles to try to bait out the positions, but due to overextending himself just to get on top of that bug in the first place, cost so much for the entirety of GE. But Vipers, that took a lot of courage to push forward against GE just now.
Yeah, and that was also pixel perfect of a call where DJ knows that they're all being stuck by the corner with all the smokes also blinding them up. You can just spray and pray and still get it in return. And DJ has been the star of the show to seal that chicken dinner back to the hands of Vipers.
Back to us, our MVP is going to be DJ with 504 damage for elimination. It just shows that he's playing as smart as they can. But Vipers just now, if only they have those throwables, they can wrap this map way faster than they did before. But it was too much investment against all the other teams that they have to fight. They have to actually fight prior. But this time, if you look at the distance, most of the team did not see this kind of circle coming. But we did have very similar circle in the first wrangle. Playing around this terrain was super tricky.
Yeah, it was pretty much a treacherous terrain for many of them to work with. Remember this, Enigma actually ended this round on 9th position, but because of how many takedowns that they had, they are still having some of the highest points that has been accrued in this matchup itself. We first saw many of all these teams went into the assignment, Pollyanna and Sid started off from this city itself, have defended very well, and then you have this magnificent play coming from Mernat Boy that did shut out the entirety of KE, where they were really battling blood for blood with only one member standing in the way.
But don't forget about Enigma, really. They eliminated 10 players by themselves, and they got eliminated early on, but they got the most eliminations out there still. 11, I'm sorry. They got no rank points. But we mentioned about being such an offensive team coming up from Enigma. They definitely have no problem coping up with those overall ranking across the board after this. But coming up from Vipers, this 18 points will actually help them so much by end of today, so they can get better overall ranking points for their bonus point, weekly bonus point. But coming up from GE, consistency is always a key for them.
Yeah, and they're just making it hard to be chased by any other teams. And I think by now, with only 3 maps to be played out, nobody's going to be able to touch that #1 spot from the hands of GE. But the big winners here, like you said, Enigma really showed up really strong, and they will be able to, of course, climb their way into that 7th spot. So, other than that, FOD, we see their survivability also giving them a little bit more of a reward with Asha crashing out early. We see pretty much 3 points of difference with FOD moving forward, and Game Labs have finally done it, moving up into the first page at 10th place with 96 points.
Welcome to the big guns for G-Lab for now. But hopefully they can actually stay there for quite a bit of a time. But speaking of which, today's performance contra, I have to give it for the teams on the second page. Realizing they are in the dire need of points, they pushed themselves quite hard up here. And compared to 15 plays and above, I think still like not too big of a gap. But coming up from 16th to 20th place, this is where it's kind of in the red zone right now. They have to realize they have nothing else to lose. And a lot of teams in the middle pack, it is the last day, right? It feels like they have we have more chicken dinners for the middle pack teams for last day in week 1 here.
Yeah, because they definitely know how stressful it could basically get when they move into week 2 without much of all these points gathered from week 1. In order to secure the grand finals, you've got to really put up that fight. At MQN, they secured a top 3 position here that have been able to push them up against TGOA by the slightest margin, right? Only 2 points of a difference. You will eventually have to pay attention to the teams at 16 to 18 because these positions might actually swap around, and that's a difference of at least 2 important points for them to qualify to the finals.
I agree. I just hope these teams realize that 4 teams will be relegated by end of week 2, and it will impact them as such when it comes to adding those bonus points weekly. And they need to have really good numbers by next week if they cannot make it in this week. But back towards our top teams to watch out for in the next map, which is going to be Myanmar. As per usual, these are the names we mentioned multiple times. It feels like lip service by now because we cannot say enough about Osjai Esports, West Point Mama, definitely GE, but KE, I'm loving this. But if you compare the stats all round, elimination points still taken over by the side of GE. They just balanced the game so well with their rank point.
Yeah, and they definitely are possibly the best team that we have seen play inside the Myanmar. I think that West Point Mamba definitely have been able to also match up to that. It's just that they don't really have the same amount of ranking points to actually match up to those. So instead, West Point Mamba, they play even more aggressively when it comes down to the fields of Myanmar. So that's something that we'll be looking forward for in this upcoming match.
Speaking of upcoming match, we don't have Group C playing in the next one. That's going to be CFU Gaming, Hyena, Ravens, YG, and Sen. And speaking of which, I think at CFU just now, that was one of their best rounds. We hardly see them being in the top 5 or top 8 the last few minutes. But coming in YG, this is what I mentioned before. They scored themselves a second chicken dinner of the day. In the second map of the day. But after we have Group D playing back in the mix, it feels like they are struggling to shine.
Yeah, and I guess that there is a little bit more work for them to be able to look into when it comes down to how to really improve their standings in particular. But overall, I still see that they are putting enough of that effort to be able to do just about enough. Whereas when we move into Miramar, I think it's really safe to say that these are the teams that have always showed up in those top 5. So it possibly will have some changes, but we will leave that to be surprises of the efforts of the team that will be coming on board. So GE, self-explanatory. Let's not get there. FOD as well as WPM. I think yesterday run have definitely shown that WPM have consistently get that number 2 spot inside of Miramar, and I want to see them do well here.
I do want to see, other than GE getting a back-to-back chicken dinner, I mean, like, aside from GE, I do want to see West Point Mamba didn't score himself a back-to-back yet. Sin did it before, but that was just first day. Coming out from FOD and Osja Esports, this is the only difference between our prediction, and this is arguably one of the best teams out here. We're talking about the top 5 teams every single season. FOD scored themselves like maintaining their consistency all around, all year round, if you ask me, compared to last season and this season. But Osja Esports feels like they really revamped their lineup, not really revamped their lineup, revamped their performance. And the same goes for West Point Mamba. The one that really can contest, the closest to take GE down, is just going to be West Point Mamba for now. But FOD, yesterday feels like I feel like yesterday was just really not their day, and then it drags into today.
Yeah, and FOD, I guess there was a little bit more of a sign of life when they were playing in one of the matches for today, where they did walk away with high value frags, but positioning is still something that is of a concern for the team, where I guess for Miramar itself, it will provide them ample of space across the map. It's just that hopefully they don't run into our players. So there is improvements from what I saw, because yesterday's run of Miramar for them, they bowed very, very early. So for today, they have been able to fix some of these issues. So that's one of the reasons why I would still say they are still one of the heavy hitters of the competition.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna argue about being heavy hitters. They're definitely one of the best out there. But FOD, yesterday's mistake, I mean, like, yesterday scenario, what caused them lost in the first place. When it comes to Miramar, a lot of players will split amongst themselves. Instead of going in a cluster, they're going split it into 1-1-1-1 formation just to find those vehicles working. And most of FOD players got caught off guard during finding those vehicles. I hope that's not the case this time for FOD, because when it comes to them already, loot up and geared up all possible way trying to fight. They definitely one of the best out there. It's just every single time FOD's problem is going to be those early fights that's stopping them from getting the gears they actually need.
Yeah, like the game has just begun and it just ended like that for most part for FOD. So this time they just have to go in as for whatever the situation is, right? Play it a little bit more safely, and then the moment that you have possibly passed 10-minute mark, and that's where it's like, okay, you can do whatever you want, follow your form of game plan, because 10 minutes onwards, it's not really time to battle. So FOD just got to keep one thing going for them. Stay alive. 3 minutes. Give them 3 minutes of staying alive without any members falling. I think should be okay.
I don't know. I feel like you're going to jinx it the moment you mentioned that. I have a bad feeling after this, especially coming up. I feel usually who's being knocked down first. I think John's going to be one of the last players that will actually being brought down. Usually that's the case, but the others, I mean, like when they scattered about trying to find their looting and their vehicles, that's where they start to, you know, losing men limb by limb. But on the side of West Point Mamba, the only thing that's stopping them is just GE, honestly. And for me, I'm putting up these 3 names up there because I want to see them in the top 3 to see who's you know, outplayed the other, who ousted the other. Because between GE and West Point Mamba, we saw it happen before, right? When it's down to only one team versus the other. And West Point Mamba just couldn't make the call, even though they do have the number back in the Burama, the GE won after that back-to-back, right? West Point Mamba do have 3 versus 2 of GE. They have the high ground, but it's just the hesitance is stopping them from making the right call. And they're clouding their judgment to just push in and not having those confidence. But we never see GE versus Zosja versus West Point Mamba ever.
Yeah, I guess like eventually it may actually go down to be feat that will be happening whether in the next week or even in the grand finals, where, you know, the filtration starts to set in and you will start to see moments where all these teams that have been able to get that form of consistency to start beating each other at the top. So for now, that there is so many different teams that's going to be playing spoilers to that, so maybe it's less likely that we actually get opportunities like that, but I'll be waiting. But so far, I love the rivalry that was being set by GE versus West Point Mamba. These 2 teams kept meeting each other by the very end of it, and West Point Mamba, there was just a few times that they went out short, and there was a game that they actually have handed over the chicken dinner back in Arangel yesterday. I'm pretty sure that for today, Miramar, they're just hungry for the win.
And speaking of hungry for the win, another team that we should highlight about for today is going to be Enigma. You saw how much elimination they scored just now. They're not cutting anything else short. We're talking about maybe the only thing they're lacking right now is just those ranking points. But the other team that I feel like very much like Enigma right now is going to be KE. These 2 teams are high fragger team, and when it comes to forcing those 5 brute force there into the compound, these are the teams that you want to keep your eyes on. And imagine if we have a top 5 all these 5 teams, GE, also Esports, West Point Mamba, KE, and even in the case of Enigma, that's going to be a ridiculous kind of ending. I do want to watch that so much, but at the same time, I'm still hoping for the teams down there, especially Hyena Raven, where feels like they're hitting a solid brick wall right now. They don't have a solution yet for their problems.
Yeah, I guess like there is what we have seen out of some of these rounds. They start to take a little bit more fights. They start to get a few more of those points back in, and maybe in one of those rounds they did manage to secure better positioning points, but of course lack the firepower to actually close things out. So at least they're doing very different variety of actions in order to keep themselves afloat. But I say this afloat, but like, of course, the pressure is really sinking right in, especially when you are going to be ending week 1 really soon. So it definitely is a tough battle where they were hoping to at least climb 1 or 2 spots up to put some points back in, just in case if next week some of all these teams may not have the best performance. So we'll definitely keep our eyes out on everybody out there that is for supporting teams from their respective home nations, and I'm pretty sure fans of Singapore, you still can rejoice with even a team like Mafna doing really well for the past couple of games.
Yeah, I'm looking for the improvement. Yeah, like we mentioned before, one step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other. As long as they make progress, I'm more than happy to see that happen. But the others, not so much, including our VS. Yeah, few. Today has been their best day yet, but can they make it in this biggest map there is? Let's head into Myanmar.
Two more maps to go to close out the day, and it starts right here, the penultimate round. And we're still keeping our tabs really closely for the teams that are sitting around the top end. Of course, GE is currently holding the throne. Not many teams will be able to take over that position, but West Point Mamba is not here to steal that one away, but to prove a statement moving into Myanmar. As the flight path takes us through the south side of Puerto Paraiso, heading directly into the oasis up north. It does allow a lot of all these teams to get to their desired location, but El Pozo is a little bit far off for them to actually reach right through. So they will need vehicles to get into these respective areas.
I think vehicles is sort of a weapon these days, not really just for transitioning from one compound to the other. It's not just really a transport anymore. You saw how many players being run down by those UAZ and those Dacia back then. But it's all down about the circle, really. HWG resorted just dropping themselves on top of Lost because back then Vipers sometimes shot themselves there. But surprisingly, Vipers, they do have more confidence to take on the southern part Lost Learners this time. You might actually do have Chumacero sort of a circle this time, but if it happens to be hot shifting towards the right side, then maybe we might have an urban warfare. But high chances, whoever gets the high Chumacero ground, it will be incredible farming time for them.
Yeah, and I think this is quite the trend that we're looking at here for the past couple of Miramar games that we do have, where it's centered around that specific area of Chumacera. It could usually be on the outskirts, and looks like we do have a little bit of a high flyer club right there going on for some of these members of HWG, but you don't want to be up in the air. You need a fuel to be able to keep that running in this 8x8 kilometer map. So I guess HWG will just have it pretty slow run from the Puerto Paraiso corners, and
Hey.
maybe they wish that they have that Ducati, you know?
I mean, like, you work with what you have right now, okay? Those are the only things they can actually find once they drop themselves from that flight just now. And definitely try to find a replacement vehicle after that. Playing with gliders in this one, flying over, it's not going to be easy. Especially with those high terrain grounds. Speaking of those mountains, there's no way for them to actually fly up there in the first place. They can try, but it takes a lot of time to be up. But we do have GE taking to St. Martin. And St. Martin, when it comes to the circle just now, it's not really in sight, but not too far either. But I'm waiting to see GE to swiftly navigate themselves in the center, because that's always the case for GE. It's always about the location first and positioning. Then frag and eliminations comes later. It's all about getting those safe spots.
I tend to actually see St. Martin as a very valuable city for most of all these teams that are playing globally, where other than Picado being directly in the center, St. Martin is somewhat around the center as well, just a little further up north. But this city actually provides you with so much, where there's ample of all these compounds for you to loot from. There is enough vehicles to rotate, and if there's another team that drops by, it's a very great shelter for them to be able to at least hold out at the same time. So GE, they shouldn't have too much of the hassle when this pressure point really isn't being put on towards that city. They should be able to rotate later on. Whereas PBE, in that last round, they didn't manage to get much points. That's also due to the fact that members of Game Labs have been able to pick apart some of all these players of PvE, and of course, hitting later to the game, they just couldn't really find an entry point as well. That round inside of Erangel was a tad difficult for PvE. Another team that's hoping to emerge in the front page news of the leaderboard, and only takes perhaps less than 10 points to do so. And of course, they do fancy their chances to be able to advance forward, and that's where Harami Bro is also in the same sort of position to also contest. But there's more work, as they're currently being positioned around 12 or 14, I would say, when you add the other group altogether.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of swap between the teams, starting from 10th place to maybe 14th place, maybe just 13, because Magna is just having a bit of a gap right now. But on the side of, regarding the terrain itself, like you mentioned, based on the circle, right? Yeah, great. Like, for me personally, like, I feel like when it comes to Myanmar, it's always about those high compounds, high grounds. Those elevations work wonderfully well for the players if they want to farm those kills, especially that displayed and exhibited by the side of YG Loki back in the days when he actually scored 11 eliminations just by himself with that mini 14 with 150 bullets only, and have nothing else to replenish his resources by standing up there. But it was well worth it because he secures those chicken. So for me personally, maybe on your perspective, it feels like it's not too far. But with this craziness going in Wildcard region right now, with this kind of frags and offensive play that has been showed to us multiple times, that they will not willingly wait it out, I think it will be a race who gets on top of Chumasera Mountains, because it's so crucial for them to get those high places as fast as they can.
Yeah, and just looking at one of the teams to be doing so, it has to be West Point Mamba. They're very familiar playing around these hill grounds where it's not directly inside the city of Chumasera, but it is close to those corners, because they notice that a lot of all these teams eventually will have to rotate within the city, and WPM will be the team to stop them from the entry.
Speaking of entry, so far nobody's taking any shots just yet. No first blood though. Nobody's trying to stay at the choke points when they try to rotate into Chumasera. But the question is, will the circle stay on top of Chumasera? Because if it just shifted away from it, especially on top of Los Leones, there's going to be a mess up there. But so far, everything has been very relatively calm, but we might actually speak too soon or spoke too soon, because the moment we mentioned that there will be somebody shooting somebody down. In this case, I think there's going to be Vipers against one of a close team just now. I didn't know who, but get to see in a minute.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a little bit more time for the teams to prepare for themselves. Enigma definitely show up so well earlier back in Erangel, where they've been able to take 11 players down and ends up in the 9th position, not having ranking points, but all of that have actually positioned them to be one of the best performing teams earlier, so they should be able to have that morale. Meanwhile, Ryman finds one member outside of Falcon, and that is First Blood, secured by WPM. Instead, One Boy is just 1 second short from getting First Blood, but doesn't matter. There's no brownie points for that. Whereas Falcon now losing 2 already from the get-go. Each one of them being picked by the teams from the Philippines.
Yep, left and right, both ways being compressed here. They got themselves some crate to take covers from for now, but for how much longer, I'm not so sure of. And they don't have that much for their health utilities in case Nate's been tossed over this side. But we do have a hard shift. It's going to be Monte Nuevo. And look at HWG and APG already placed one of the players on top of those mountains. And this hard shift will be a headache for those coming up from Los Leones, because heavily crowded on those compounds, they might actually clash and run into each other way too early. And we might left with only like, what, 5 teams in just stage 4.
This is just getting more and more difficult for members of Falcon as the pressure is being mounted to them. TBE got them all surrounded. This drop shot, it will still be a little bit of damage, but Falcon is already out of the game, so no worries for Troll. He survives to tell the tale, and PBE, I think like this is kind of like their thing, right? Every last map that they play, they do possibly the best out of the rest. And here goes another fight breaks loose. FOD versus TGOA.
FOD taking the fight straight into this compound of TGOA with easy now knockdown. John Nax. Things are not how they expect it to be. A bit of miscalculations there. MH coming up from the flank side. Joseph running down with the DBS, trying to save his teammate. While the side of Nang trying to zone out the rest of TGOA. We're about tossing out that nade and coming back out and going for flank. Instead, TGOA taking the fight. But Nang, that prone shot. Valiant effort by FOD. Trying to rush into TGOA, but TGOA stands strong.
And sadly for them, they really walk away with that one porter out there. TGOA is just putting up quite the showing for the entirety of today. And they refuse to let Magna push them around when it comes down to the standings. Now, that 4 important points should be able to get them where they need to be. I wonder how many more games do TGOA have to play, because they need to ensure that this is the best round, and they have shut down one of the best teams out there, FOD.
Definitely have a shot for Ozja Esports to take over FOD when it comes to the 3rd place. But West Point Mamba starts open fire against APG at the same time. Now West Point Mamba is actually thirsty enough for blood. They go for hunting. And Federella spotted out the rest of APG with those smokes giving away the positions. He's trying to figure out where to reposition himself to see a better view at it. Michi as well as Federella is now trying to reposition in a way that's very risky, but it will be giving them high reward if this happen to be successful.
True enough, where there's a lot of casualties in the middle of the road, where all these vehicles are slowly getting depleted. Thankfully for WPM, though, they will still be on wheels on those buggies. It's hilarious to also see, you know, with the addition of the monster trucks that have been put into the game, it is a slow-moving vehicle, but it is tanky enough for you to traverse across all of these rocky slopes as well as high grounds that they need to actually get a little bit of protection of. But I think there is a significant weakness with the monster truck, you know, like, you remember with a lot of all these pro teams using vehicles as a cover, the monster truck, when it blows up, you can only protect yourself through some of these wheels, and you can't really go full proning on it. And I think that is a little bit of a disadvantage, which is why a lot of these teams still opt to pick up things like the UAZ or even the SEA to move around with. But the buggy potentially is the fastest and best choice for you to move around.
And not just that, it's easy to get stuck with a monster truck as well. But APG Shroud shot down on another play, which can be Harami Bro. After they fought against another team just now, they're visited by another team of Harami Bro. Happen to be just passing by, get themselves in the center of the battlefield. The triangle of 3 teams firing onto one particular in the center, which can be Harami Bro. They distracted unwanted attention with them coming into the crossfire. Well, we do have TGOA still trying to find themselves sort of a rotations in a safe manner, trying to avoid as much fight as they can, as they got some casualty earlier on fighting against FOD, which they won and scored 4 for full squad. But APG will stop them at a hold because they will be denied their entrance by APG. But lucky enough, APG is a bit too busy, occupied themselves against another team across them, but may take an advantage out of this.
Wow, very swift shots coming out of TGOA, and he's deciding to push. Well, thankfully he's not, because his buggy is already smoked up. He found himself another buggy lying around, so that will be a quick restock of vehicles for TGOA. They already took position, so they will basically play from long range against the rest of Anchor PUBG. I don't think that Anchor PUBG wants to really exchange with them. Meanwhile, up close and personal, Enigma versus PBE.
First contact on PBE knocked down by the side of Enigma, but you mentioned about the monster truck. The one thing that I really don't like a monster truck is just, it's too obvious. Look at how Spook just chug it in and taking so much damage by himself. Running away, not an option anymore, as PBE Momboy make sure he's on his knees while the rest of Enigma are trying to pick up the pieces. Some of them still licking their own wound right now, as QB will have to be having too much time to reset. The monster truck will try to run them down. PBE cool, making sure there's no room for them to take a breather, but Cap fighting back. Valiant effort, but Enigma, sadly, will have to agree that PBE have the better hands this time.
Yeah, PPE is on an onslaught. How many teams are they taking down in this matchup? And just like that, the rest of Enigma just got stuck on the corner. Though Caps did try his level best to pull them all down, but there's just overwhelming forces coming out of PBE. Now, as it all continues, PBE have secured a total of 7 points already. This is just stage 4, and if they do get a little bit more of an ample room to work with, they should be able to at least secure this whole map with more than 10 points.
But they're not done yet. PBE, they cannot stay safe, even though they got quite a hacked amount of high kill volume. But the Blue Zone plus FV, taking them out limb by limb. Raimon and Troll bleeding out as Roll trying to have a wrap around. Cool and Mombo decided they have to build this one, but it's a bit too late now, as Mombo also will be taken down by the play zone. As it shrinks in, it's gonna be burning him quite alive, and Mombo managed to reset in the very last minute, barely make it alive. Even have DBS prepared just in case somebody happened to be peeking out the moment he just steps out from this crate.
Oh my goodness, that was a close call. PBE, after so many of all these commotions here, will eventually have some of all these surprises coming in from the south side. FV really holding them off, and just seeing even the likes of FV to be really puncturing out other teams here is quite the sight. Is all these teams currently on the second page who are actually putting up very huge damage here within the fields of Myanmar. Other than that, you take a look at the scores to the right? From first to 8, they're walking away with an average of just 0 to 1 kill apiece, other than West Mambo having 2. But PBE, all they have to just do is to stay alive right now. Some of all these vision control from the side of Raul have shot out Ranzer. Oh! One more shot would have done the trick to take out Austria's very own Ranzer, but he will prone just in the nick of time.
He got a bit of a headshot just now, close enough to have that knockdown. A lot of the second page team rising up to the occasion today. We have to call it today is the underdog's day, but for the side of PBE, not so well. They got quite a hefty amount of volume of kills, but they cannot have more if they happen to die now. And G-Lab making sure PBE will have to hold their thought for a bit until the next Myanmar map, as they rested themselves on the 13th place. But we're not done yet. APG surprisingly defending this quite strongly, regardless of how many teams try to take a fight against them just now. They managed to defend it without being wavered by these teams. But Dragon have a bit of reload. But if you notice regarding the last circle just now, all the big names up there, we're talking about Austria, Esports, GE and West Point Mamba, coming up from all 3 different angles, playing around the blue zone instead, and slowly trying to get into the center. And none of the teams that we're watching out just now being spotted out, spotted out these 3 teams that we mentioned before. Look at Austria. They're just taking MQN from the back line. West Point Mamba just staying in the center, which could be arguably one of the strongest compound there is if the circle happen to be shrinking down next there. GE just playing at the rim, gatekeeping G-Lab and AV at the same time. Might actually just take advantage against HWG, who have the lower ground at this time.
Oh, seems like they really want to just book it into the compounds where WPM is at. Instead, they camp themselves over on the fork road right across Harami Bro. So I'm not really liking the position for the side of GE, because it's pretty much open for the taking for any teams that's currently over on top, and that is going to be Game Labs and Raul. He won't meet up with one member outside of GE, and that will actually stop members of GE for now. And some of them are already separated, have moved forward with those vehicles. So now it's only these 2 members here to really fend off against the rest of FE.
They were planning to leave, but Avi will not willing to let them go by just yet. Master Ichi have to build this one out, sacrificing West in the process, and they have to make a move. They know and realize it will be a bit too late since two of them already marched forward. They cannot afford to just save one more for the sake of the entire team. Magic's trying to find for more, spotted out one player and finish them off straight away. Realize there's nobody else to be found. Now Avi will have to move, but the smoke up vehicle is just too much of a risk for him to hop on.
Yeah, with Asia moving across the region, they will be directly challenging him. And oh my goodness, Skynen hoping to run him over, but instead got depleted with those bullets instead. And Ranzer, thankfully, he's going to be around to be able to actually shut him down, while the rest of the teams will not be able to actually get too much of the vision against him for the time being. The rest of Vipers, they are still towards their right-hand corner, it seems. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any form of push. Hiko does get a grenade off against one of the players out there, whereas HWG is also holding in. Oh, yeah. My God. Like, one of the tires were even popped right there, so there's no point taking that vehicle anymore. So how are they supposed to even get through this valley?
This is a very dangerous game Olja is playing. Realize their position, like you mentioned before, they start to make a leave, but G-Lab happen to be visiting V on top of this warehouse where they're trying to find the rest of GE, but GE taking advantage from sideline, but G-Lab spot them out first. Now it's going to be a three-way war between AV, G-Lab, and also GE, with AV dominating right now, trying to shut down on Dragon. That nade seals the job done, but Magic still hungry to go for more. G-Lab plays one of the players on the high grounds. It's going to be difficult for the rest of AV and GE to take Skadi out, but at least they secure one more from G-Lab. Again, Kai is bleeding and just proning down, finish off by DD, taking away those kills. But Olja, Esports, and Vipers. Now, this is not what we expect coming from Olja. Miscalculations done, but like it or not, they have to deal with it as Vipers holding their compound here and cannot save Renza. In the meantime, Astro, the last remaining member of Olja Esports, trying to make do with what he have left.
Yeah, and that Molotov came in the nick of time to be able to deplete the push, but there is still damage being done. And now with a swift drop shot, speed is that absolute demon to shut off Asha. But oh boy, that really was going to be quite a bad timing for Astro X to actually go in for the save. But despite that, Vipers, they recuperated after losing one of their members from the hillside early on. So thankfully, that is being cleared up. So the next trouble for Vipers is to move forward to go up against WPM.
But they have to deal with TGOA first. MH is just breathing behind their neck right now. And the way the rest of the team come up from TGOA going towards their side, before they even get a peek towards the side of Vipers, they have to deal with TGOA. But FV, on the other hand, have to resort to disengage in parting ways due to Scotty giving so much pressure above them, right on top of everybody else. This is the best place you can be for temporarily. Due to next 2 minutes, he have to start to climb down. But at least for now, he still can farm a couple of kills for Scotty due to this angle. But the problem is, the moment he jumps down, there's nobody to save him. The moment he knocks down, the entirety of G-Lab is gone.
Yeah, this is definitely a very dangerous place for him to be. But Scotty, he understands how to play around the terrain, and he will slowly find his way to climb downwards. At the meantime, Itchy, he's being blown to smithereens. That actually leaves only Zai to be pretty much alive for the rest of GE to play this one out. And for PUBG, they have made it from the southeastern point, and they have to keep themselves safe. Playing from the open fields here can be a little bit dangerous, but now they send a few members from the side of KE to deal with Zai, who stopped them on the tracks.
Very small shack, but the rest of KE are willingly to give their bodies one by one, with Kaya knocked down for now. But lucky enough, they have the support fire from Devon. Exploded that vehicle, taking down last player of GE at the same time. But nonetheless, GE still have their rank points, still have those 3 elimination points in the back. So they will solidify their #1 spot for quite some time now. But for the rest of KE, they take heavy casualty from that fight. TGOA on the other hand still having a go against APG. What a Kobe coming out from Edward, dropping straight into Marcus's face.
Beautiful work. Make that a second coming out of Edward. And just like that, Aggro PUBG will bow down. TGOA still within the threshold of the game here. And just look at their positioning for the entirety of the day. They've improved by more than a mile. And they're slowly making it into the top 5. TGOA still have to really get ways to sort out Edward, who's currently prone on the ground, bleeding. Whereas MH, he's trying to trade right back to suppress all the other teams from getting the point away. So MH, he actually lands a headshot against some of these members of Vipers.
Vipers have been going on fight for the longest time. But every single time they knock somebody down, it will be stolen away by another team from afar. TGOA, on the other hand, have the least compound. They have nothing to take cover except for a couple of structures in between. That's the only tree, and make it 2 or 3 trees in between and the terrain to take covers. Vipers slowly pushing forward. Like you mentioned before, Vipers have to cut across West Point Mamba if they want to take a better spot to live longer. But for HWG, on the other hand, they have to cross those streets, and Vipers don't have time anymore. This is going to be less than 5 seconds for stage 8. There's no way they can survive this with only one first aid in the bag.
Very difficult of a situation for Vipers right now. DJ has sealed the deal on the Aragon match to claim himself a chicken dinner for the team. He's got the AUG though, a weapon that could definitely be very lethal when it's being brought forward, but he's shooting into a blank area instead. Kind of giving away a little bit of that position, but this buggy cannot last all too long, and he knows the rest of WPM is just up ahead. Meanwhile, Mayw says, I don't care, I'm just gonna go in for the challenge, looking for Michi as well, going up close, looking to penetrate through the doorways, but it's just gonna be a big wraparound as they play Ring Around the Rosie through these compounds. May tries to find himself a little bit more of a decoy with the smokes being set up. Now he can find himself into the building if he wants to, but he's choosing to stay by the corners of the wall for the time being. TGOA now we'll just slowly advance forward. And this is such a tactical play between the top 6 teams, and Speed caught out.
But May do need a support fire, like I want to mention before, because there's nowhere for him to go against 2 teams at the time. And MH realized that one of his players being knocked down a bit too late now, as they're being ambushed by Harame Bro from the back. They definitely got their worst position there is in this certain map, and MH barely make it alive, and Edward is nowhere nearby, and nobody can pick it up for May for now. And a bro is just pray and pray at the same time, hoping it will clip on somebody, but at least they got covers with those terrain, but they need to cross the street by the end of the day. But they got themselves split into 2 different fights at the same time for Harame Bro. 2-2 formation they did. They have to have their eyes out to a side of first for Mamba, TGOA, and KE at the same time. But for DJ, that's going to be the last of Vipers.
That's right, and now into the top 5. Another perfect defense displayed by WPM. Anybody that hooks into the corners of the wall will eventually be bitten, and TGOA really doesn't have much of these options, which is the reason why Mayw was advancing, creating that forward pressure. But the other thing to note is that the rest of WPM, they may have to leave their real estate later on. Meanwhile, all that fight's happening on Northwest. There is damage being done towards members of HWG as Harame Bro shuts them out.
A bit hesitant who to shoot down first. While Michi still got himself some covers to reset himself. West Point Mumbai is nowhere near these guys who happen to be just across the street. Dale and the rest of Pro want to take down a HWG first, but the moment they pick out the teams out there, including West Point Mumbai, will start to shoot them down. Devon trying to zone them out by tossing one nade, hoping it will be a Kobe for once. But for Dorellis, here comes West Point Mumbai, coming in with TGOA at first, finish him off straight off the bat. While the side of West Point Mumbai, while they run and gun and try to take out all the teams down there, including the side of KE and Harame Bro right now. HWG, the one that actually the furthest away and not being given enough attention. But the moment they pop out those smokes early on, that definitely will give away so much information towards all the teams, especially West Point Mamba, who's going on for hunting right now.
So many players still left alive in this matchup, and the rest of the bros are just trying to book it out with the CS. Smokes have already been set, but they will have to flush out the rest of KE. Advancing forward, 2 members being sent into the shack, and this is where they will try to find that pick, but the Vaughn is being tagged out. HWG in return has Mewtwo to shoot down members of Harami Bro, and it all goes helter-skelter here with Voice Shot still alive, and he will do enough damage. WPM chips in, and just like that, Harami Bros will see the exit, and suddenly it's HWG that will tell the tale, and will eventually have one more member to fend off WPM.
WPM, this is a sure thing. This is a sure chicken for them. There's no way they will botch this. Left with Yucca, giving a spray, hoping to take one more down before he's saying goodbye to this Miramar map and hop on to the next one. But Yucca down to only with what he has left. There's no way to go as West Point Mamba getting another chicken for the day for them. And what a performance just now, getting those high grounds. And I saw Irma splitting himself, just isolate himself for the rest of West Point Mamba to go for the flank. That was a smart call, knowing for the fact they cannot do much when it comes to staying indoors. They know they have to take the leap of faith by the end of the day, and Irma's initiated to go to the flank side first. But coming for Harami Bros, they were in the center of with nothing in between. They have not much cover. They don't have any much vehicles to barricade themselves. No structure in between. They stay lasted that long. And for the side of HWG, they know for a fact if they start to open fire, since nobody paying enough attention to them, they just sit this one quietly for a bit until they secure that second place.
Yeah, West Point Mamba is absolutely on point this game, and once more we see Federales maintain his signature prowess of marksmanship, where we see him doing 860 damage at first, having 5 solid takedowns. We see West Point Mamba playing super defensive in this match because they're already in that prime position. They didn't really have to move all too much, and just like that, they have been able to patiently get their way into an important chicken dinner to proceed into the finals defensively.
What I'm loving is the fact that the second page team rising up in the very last day, and this is a good day for the second page team because we have like what? Vipers, we have Harami Bro, HWG, TJO keep taking a lot of consistency when it comes to today. But surprisingly coming up from FOD, arguably one of the best teams in Wildcard last season and even this season. It feels like they're falling off the chart here, slowly but surely being pushed down every single day.
Yeah, it definitely is a concerning sign where it has been quite a tough run for that same specific team. But today, FB showed up really huge on this map, and just with Magics, they've been able to actually get so many of all these skills. Trying to deny teams like GE from advancing forward. Even GE struggled in this matchup itself. Look at that. WPM now walks away with a total of 19 points. Harami Bro with 13. And there's a tie going on between both of the Myanmar teams of HWG as well as TGOA. I'm glad to actually see that the guys of Asia actually get so much in these past couple of matches, and they should be able to at least move up the charts after this.
But on the side of the Philippine teams, I have to say today is their day, except for Enigma, but at least they had a good run before. For our top contender, number 1 spot, GE, this is their worst performance. Honestly, this is their worst ever, but still score themselves quite a amount of points up there. But for West Point Mamba, it's not impossible to catch up to GE now, do they? But the next map, they do have to go for crazy, bizarre amount of eliminations to close that gap.
They need about 30 points to do so, so I would still say that GE is still firmly at number 1 for now, and it will take GE to crash out early again in order for them to do so. But just looking at how well the rest of WPM works to maintain this form of consistency, now they sit with 3 chicken dinners, and so many of all these teams have managed to achieve 3 chicken dinners with names like YG as well as FOD. Though some of these things will remain unchanged. KE now moves into the top 5, and PBE is also getting chased by Harami Bro. And these two teams were doing so much inside of the fields of Myanmar this time around. Although PBE crashes out early, they had a lot more of all these takedowns to be able to match those numbers.
Well, what saddens me here right now is going to be Falcon, because they used to be in the top 5 in the first few days and then dropped into 8th place and now even drop into 13th place on second page. Now this definitely their performance going downward instead of growing here, and that's quite alarming, because if this keeps on going for week number 2, they really have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what's the main problem there.
Yeah, and this is very unlikely for the team that's been able to at least do so much in these early days of the league. And I guess like it's all about a stamina run as well when you are playing within the league, where sure you have one good day, but can you make sure that that one good day continues on for the course of 2 weeks, or should I say 3? Because if you want to be good, you will also have to consider that your team makes it through to the grand finals. So that done and dusted, we have one final map to go, Choo, and I have absolutely loved every one of these teams that have been able to show us their level best throughout the course of the competition.
And also, I'm waiting for West Point Mumbai to score a hat-trick like how GE did, if they can secure another chicken by end of today. But before we go into our last map here, we're gonna head into the break for a bit. Don't go anywhere, we'll be just right back.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
And once more, we're going to be diving into Myanmar, and this is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard 2023 fall split. And my name's Contra. This is Chuchu. We'll definitely still have a lot more games to go for next week, but this is the conclusion of all their hard work to ensure that they have enough bonus points to be advancing forward into the grand finals.
Speaking of today's performance, we have to give it's going to be West Mumba's day instead of GE. They had it yesterday, so it's going to be the team on the second place. They get themselves double chicken in a day, not back to back, but at least they still got themselves a double chicken. I'm waiting for the third to happen. It feels like a trend now to have a hat trick in a day. Maybe this is the case for the World Cup region, but speaking of which, West Mumba, can they score more than 20 eliminations in the next one to catch up to GE? Now, even if they got themselves 20 eliminations, right, I don't think they still can catch up to GE because GE hardly goes down without any point.
Yeah, and I think like that is why it has been really tricky to deal with, because all of this have slipped away because of GE's magnificent performance yesterday. It was so competitive the days before, where we keep seeing the switches coming in from number 1 all the way from number 9, and that's what we have loved seeing for the course of the competition. But GE definitely is built different, and you can be built different too with this brand new ultimate set coming real soon. It's a Crimson FPLT set, which can seize you all the glory and chicken dinners.
I mean, like, I don't know how soon is soon for this. I just hope it's really soon so we get to see it in the next week, because I cannot wait to see how the effects, how the animation of the skin itself, and will it be equipped entire with a bundle, like some skins coming up for rifles? Now that's gonna be fancy.
And then like, I really want to see those players wielding that, and I have not been exploring the world of Wonder yet, but you guys who have been playing with all your friends can do so for something absolutely different from the usual, right? So you can ride dinosaurs and let your creativity run wild.
It's already well enough to have dinosaurs. To run it more well than that, I don't know. We become the World Cup, that's the reason why. And also we have Ducati Panigale V4S, and I've seen this bike in real life, it's great. But the only thing that I can actually have a Ducati is just in the game, which you guys have a shot at it too. I mean, like, we can cry on our set life, not being afford to have it physically, but hey, at least PUBG Mobile giving a chance of a luxurious life with us, having just the feeling of riding the bike even though it's not physically on.
That's right, and other than that, you guys could also get a lot of skins while just getting your hands on the RPA series, where it doesn't really cost you all too much, and it saves you so much of that UC that you actually get items for more than 48,000 UCs itself. Like, I'm looking at all the weapon skins, I'm pretty sure you guys love it. Like, there's M416, there's DP, and even for MG3, you get a huge variety with this Royal Pass.
We cannot be done with dinosaurs yet, because it's just dinosaurs everywhere. Feels like a dinosaur festival. Imagine if we actually do have a living dinosaur today. I think that's going to be a lizard. Or even the same species, the bigger ones, like, what would you call it? Like
alligators?
Alligators? Do they consider... You know what? Alligators' head do look like a T-Rex's head.
Yeah, some people say that crocodiles are basically the only living dinosaurs that there is at the moment. Like, I can see them to be distant cousins at best for now, but yeah, like, for all that dinosaur talk, like, usually you can find dinosaur fossils where exactly? In the desert, and that's where Mirama is going to be our final battlefield of the night.
We don't have Group B playing, which can be Magna, Esports, Falcon, Esports, KE, and also Harame Pro. They did put up quite a performance for Harame Pro just now, but sadly, that was their last game for Group B. But we're not done yet because we still have one more map to go. Still, the question is, can West Mumba score a hat-trick by end of today just to match up with GE, you know? Just giving off a vibe like, hey, we can do it too, not just you, GE. Maybe we're going to take more than that next week. Maybe like 5, that's impossible for 5, right? Maybe 4 chickens in a day. We haven't got that in Wildcard so far, but I'm looking for that to happen.
Yeah, I really wanted to see these teams to be able to actually do so, to actually match up with the rest of GE. So final predictions will be in, and here we go. I've been looking at Vipers. They've been doing relatively well from Erangel, and even on that last map to make it into the top 5. So my predictions on them, along with PBE, and I guess we're never going to remove GE from the top 5, right? Like, they've been doing so well.
I mean, like, you're not in the PMPL SEA Wildcard if we didn't mention GE. If you don't know GE, there's no way you're in the tournament. And speaking of the viewers who just joined us, who's actually number 1? Well, GE. Well, surprise, surprise. But West Point Mamba, on the other hand, I have a feeling something cook up at their end. I have a feeling next week it's going to be a total different ball game. Speaking of, even Austria Esports might actually step up there. But at the same time, I want to see if GE can reformulate a different sort of strategy when it comes to next week, because it's gonna be very different, especially the teams coming up from second page start to really blend in and adapt right now.
That's right, and with teams like FV and PX doing very well in the last round, and you also see the guys of Asian actually doing phenomenal for the past 3 maps entirely. I feel like maybe these are some of the names that can be making it into the top 3 as well. So the fight here is not really about who gets number 1 anymore. The fight here is about who actually survives to get to the grand final. So with that said, I want to see if there's going to be huge changes on that second page.
Yeah, that's true. They already start changing. All that's left is just one more week of grinding for these guys. And speaking of the guys of Asian, there's nothing not to love about this team, right? The fact that the name exactly as it is, the guys of Asian. If you're Asian, you're gonna love this team.
Yeah, like, I guess, like, we have no choice but to love them, because the way that they've been branding themselves, to the way that they've been playing, I think they may have actually have a slow start here, but things have really improved significantly on this final day, and we can't wait to see who will be the one to get the final chicken dinner of this weekend. And it's time for us to move right into Myanmar right now. So let's go.
Congrats, buddy. I can see the satisfaction on your face. I got it right. It was perfect. And it was perfect, Contra. And back to our last Miramar map. This is going to be the last of the very last in week 1. One more week to go and then we're done to the grand finals, and teams will start to be relegated then. But back towards our last map and this map comparison, we did have very different flight paths back then. But we did mention about the circles. The circle coming up at first, it was Chumasera, right in the center, and then hard shift all the way to Mountain Rainbow. You do know for a fact if it happened around the intersection of certain streets, you do know you have to fight against all the teams in an open space. And that just translates to a side of HWG and Harame Pro just now. They're barely alive because how they got stuck in between with nothing for covers. But this time, very different case, and when it speaks about Murama, it's always about those high grounds, right? But when it comes to the last few circles, those high grounds don't matter no more because of based on the circle itself. So I'm waiting to see if some teams happen to be clashing with certain drop spot, and Vipers back then they take around the southern part of Los Leones and around Puerto Paraíso, and this used to be a different team entirely around this Los Higos, but this time they're taking it because of the flight path. But the circle, we might ended up either on top of Los Leones, but I'm hoping it will be Impala.
Yeah, this is definitely a game changer here for every team that are on board. So many of these teams definitely will think that, hey, Los Leones is the place to be. But I'm looking in between the lines where if they're going to be on those mountains between Impala, Puerto Paraíso, as well as Los Leones, that is possibly that point where they can basically farm a lot of all these numbers in terms of elimination points. So whoever gets there first will have priority. And we're starting off here with Jarrell taking a very rare weapon that we don't see every day, the VSS, to secure the first blood of the match against TGOA.
we praises them too much just now. You know that that's a jinx. It's something that we should not be doing for the teams and players, and definitely cost them quite a bit here. TGO, even though we love their name, we love the team, but sadly, it's like they didn't even start to shoot there. You barely got out from the plane just now. We do have another knock on CFU. Fighting against Ravenwood. I'm loving this. Hyena Ravenwood really take it up to whatever they want to do right now. Nothing else to lose and just running amok and getting those kills. I love this. This is what they needed.
Yeah, and they also did get one more knock from afar, so that's going to be 2 points to be secure for the team. But they're also keeping pretty close watch onto members of CFU just to ensure that there's no pickup potential coming in. So Heng is got to leave him be, and oh my goodness, Aaron, from where?
Well,
wow.
That's a very far, I think that's around 200 meters shot open up by the side of Aaron to knock that one down. But Wakjong still managed to get support even though he's being knocked down. Nobody trying to save him. Now, there's no way for Wakjong to get more kills after that. But CFU, they're having heavy casualty. Less than 5 minutes into the game, they got 2 players left on their side.
This is going to be a pretty tough battle out there. Baby already getting shot, and we don't even see Health Boss running for Baby, having only 1 HP to get right into safety, and CFU have cleared that sector to escape from any form of danger from the rest of Hyena Ravenwood, and they will continue their journey their way up towards the North Point. Very interesting decision making coming from CFU, because that circle is going to be on the south side. I guess they still need more loots. That's why they're headed towards the direction of El Azahar. And this is another team to watch here. Vipers, so many points being accrued for the span of today, and we start to see them moving into the triple-digit mark if they can get just about 9 more points to close off the day.
While the others relatively calm before the storm right now. We do know is the facing loot. It's the looting phase. I'm sorry, something going through my mind. I think it's because of my tummy right now.
It's
APG.
all good.
Now TGOA from the pan to the fire. After fighting against CFU early on, now have to take the fight against APG. And it's going to be Shroud taking him from afar. But here comes the entire cavalry of APG. That's dedication. For one person, they're willing to put up with 4 members of APG just to wipe him off the surface of Miramar. And Marcus secured it anyways. Now that's leaving TGO with 2 players left. The same boat that they're sharing with CFU Gaming.
Yeah, very difficult start for them, and from one team after another that they run right into, it's just not good going for the team. But they've already secured 74 points. I think there is just about certain maintenance that they really have to do in order to survive into this battle with a little bit more points, because currently anybody that bows out will receive nothing in return. APG, they've only gotten 1 so far, and APG sits in the middle of the pack because they don't really have a form of consistency of their own. Some games they look really hot, certain games they just tend to struggle. But in Miramar, I think they are more likely to survive into the late stage of the game. And we start to see even GE battle against the rest of Game Labs in the middle of the street. It's a little bit of a bunker that they set up here with those 2 vehicles, and that's not really the place that either side of the party wants to fight, but they have no options.
You're taking the fight to the street, they say, and GE respawn as well. But that's going to be the last of G-Lab, or maybe not. Was it the last? I think they still have 2 more players. They still have 2 more players. I think it's the vehicle that they're trying to fight for right now, and happen to be at the same time. But here comes Master Ichi, the brain master himself, trying to find the rest of G-Lab while small rotating and make a big of rotation just to see if there's anybody left behind, because the entire team is not around there. That makes me wonder, where are the other 2 of G-Lab right now? Maybe they're trying to go for 2-2 formation, but this is just too far apart because they have no clue and no idea how to save those teammates being knocked down and finished off just now. But APG, just in the nick of time when All-Jai Esports trying to have them cornered, they make an exit out.
APG is having a lot to deal with right now as they try to move away from the crosshair of Astro X. He's got a monster truck to just maneuver around, whereas a lot of all these teams are still very far from the direct center of the circle. So they're just bumping against each team as they are trying to cut across. Meanwhile, one more member of Ravenwood will be knocked down, and this time it's going to be Harley being caught out by Troll in the midst of rotation. So this is that phase where pickoff is absolutely essential, and PvE, just like that in Myanmar, they've always found their opening picks very, very early on.
On the side of Hyena Ravenwood, we saw that they really tried to improvise on the fly. But left with only last player here, it's definitely not going to be great for their last map in this first week. Just wish something else going to happen for the next week. But we do have an exciting circle here, going all the way south this time. On the southern part of Los Leones, this is going to be a very tricky terrain. The valleys, the high grounds, and even take those compounds in those low grounds. You decide for what's best for the team. But we do have a lot of teams on top of La Bandita right now, even on top of Minas Generales. And they happen to be clashing quite early. That's included GE in the fray and FV just breathing behind their backs. And they kind of stuck between two teams. They have to take their fight here.
Yeah, and I think that this kind of scenario is best for some of all these late teams to move into the city of Los Leones, because the hills will be eventually inaccessible because of how many teams to be on board. So fighting it within the city, this is definitely going to be the best way for us to close off our run here for our week 1 of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard. But for now, it's still very, very early, so we may not know whether if it does end up inside the city or not. But the southern terrains is always one of the hardest to play out inside Myanmar. So only the best shooters will be able to survive in this matchup. And then I do believe that FOD does have a significant position to be able to hold out against a lot of all these teams out there. YG, early bird mover into the city of Los Leones itself, should be able to stay alive for long.
On the side of FV, things are not so great. After they're done picking up Raul, yeah, he can survive for now. For how much longer? Because GE is waiting on the other end. They do have Didi going for the flank side just to see if there's anybody trying to target them down from above. But the side of FV, it's going to be a long journey for them. And if they got caught off guard, there happened to be one more team behind them, that's going to be them finished early on. I just hope that's not the case coming up from FV. But some teams decided they want to go all the way towards the right side, going through Impala and going down towards the southern side. Enigma, on the other hand, I mean, like, I do know they are hunting for praise here, and Cap's definitely taking out one towards the side of PBE. Mom won't finish off straight away, but the rest of PBE, will they respond to this, or will they just decided to part ways instead? Because there are some fights, even though you're being pushed in, even though they try to force you to take it, sometimes stepping out of those fights is a better decision than forcing brute force yourself into nothingness, where you do know for a fact if you die now, the entire team goes down. You can no more longer gain any points for the entire week here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a constant struggle for all the teams that are on board on this final match. Whereas the circle will not be within the course of the city, so that is going to be very problematic for YG to exit because they have to deal with the rest of FOD. But look at West Point Mamba. Perfect position directly into the center. And this is where a lot of all these teams will have to cut across. So if they do have the perfect setup, they should be able to blow some vehicles up. Meanwhile, Vipers are also right above it as well, as we see FOD trying to find a pick against Enigma. Shots being fired at the buggy, thankfully not onto the players instead. And Spooky will take cover from this corner of the north.
Imagine if the friendly fire do actually plays a big part in this map. I mean, we saw a lot of friendly nade going on. Lucky we don't have those friendly fires. If not, it's going to be really haywire for the teams. But for the side of Sin, PBE decided they want to part ways. They don't want to invest too much in this. They lost one man early on. They cannot afford to lose more. The side of Sin, this is a team that do have their hot and cold days, right? And today has not been so hot, but early in the week they are pretty much up there. But I don't know what happened. But I haven't seen the best of Holy Lanju yet. Back in the days, last season, he was one of the best grenade tosser of all the teams out there. But not so much these days. FV, I didn't mention about them having a tough journey. The moment they step into the circle, they'll be gatekept by maybe more than 2 teams. YG, one of it. The others is going to be FOD on the high grounds. And the moment they leave those high grounds, not in their vision, they're going to walk straight into YG. And they do have G-Lab as well to deal with.
I'm really surprised of the driving skills of Raul, because inside the state of Los Leones is one of the toughest to drive around with so many roadblocks and setups. And here we go. A battle breaks out between WPM, Vipers, as well as PPE. And this is one valley that is going to be very hard to actually seek numbers, as there's a lot of all these trees for them to actually hide out from. Oh, Koopa lost the tower right there, but he arrived to the scene, should be able to actually trade out. And Enigma slowly trailing upon Troll. Well, there is just so much to deal with in this short span of time. And Sin is just looking from afar, hoping to pick whatever scraps that there is.
Speaking of scraps, same goes for PBE, barely hanging on their last thread. Down to 3 players, yes, but surrounded all around by Sin, Enigma, and YG is eyeing them out as well. So for the side of Sin, they're trying to do a wrap around, spot out Troll possibly, but he thought that it's going to be a vacant vehicle, but it's not really so much. Holy Lanju, this is a bit too much of risk for him to actually punch in the air. But FOD taking on Enigma, we talk about the next circle. Now, it definitely shifts away from that town. It's all straight in the really rough terrain up there. You mentioned about West Point Mama got the best view, the best center there is. And if they actually use this so well, they can eliminate all the teams that are coming up very late.
Enigma got himself into a really tough position with more of these teams charging right in, and that will be FOD. Coming in from behind, Koopa still has a couple of shots left on the tank, and he goes in for a drop shot, will be stopped by Nang that has just arrived with a monster truck. FOD taking over.
For now, as Vipers running away from this realize that they don't want to be part of this just yet, because there might be another trouble for them to get into the circle. Might as well just advance into the center as soon as they can. Sin on the other end go for 2-2 formation with PBE and Raimon stuck in between. Where are the rest of PBE? Nearby, yes, but the terrain itself is not helping Raimon to be visualized for his teammates. Now, Cool in the valleys area. The problem is he couldn't see where those guys are. And he have to reposition himself to have a better view on top of everything else. But the thing is, will it be a bit too late? No, not really. Raimon being revived back up, and surprisingly, AV not trying to go for the push. They didn't strike yet.
Yeah, it definitely is a tough position for PBE to be, but they just have to avoid the pursuit of Moy, who's currently advancing forward as well. A lot of all these great grenades have been expended from most of the members of Sin. And there you go. Sin eventually will have FV being knocked out by Raimon after a long course of a battle. It's still not really done and over with. Cool. Once he has already had his position revealed, he goes ahead to drive the other way around to look for a higher angle to work with. But in this position, it's Kaler that trades back, and Raimon is now being knocked. Kula has got no way to participate.
Slows are too slippery for PBE to pick out. It's not just that they're far apart from each other right now. Even the valleys and the terrain, the uneven elevations between the grounds, making it so hard for them to give support fire to Raimon, who's finally being finished off by Kaler. But the thing is, do they want to go for the fight still? Because PBE, the moment they just disengage in parting ways, there's going to be one more team to fight against. FOD next. And they try to get themselves onto the streets and try to drive up those high mountains. But they are not alone. We mentioned about West Point Mamba spreading out on top of those high grounds. But at least Cole land himself towards the flank side of Sin. Now he repositioned himself so well, but in the meantime, the smokes will take covers for Sin for a bit much longer. Back to the side of GE, they're still on around the lower ground or mid-ground area. Not really want to stay here for long. But YG picking a fight against FOD, just poking them in the back.
Now with Yangon Galacticos climbing upwards, they should be able to eventually overwhelm CFU, which don't really seem to have too many members to be corralled into this fight. And this form of suppressive shots will just keep them at bay for now. TGOA is also cutting across shortly, so whatever ordeal that they have to settle it very quickly because they are a little far up on the north, as we can see from the mini-map. Majority of all the other teams are already inside of the circle, but Sin, after taking up that battle against PPE, find themselves on the outskirts, so they will have to find ways to remove PPE from that position.
But the clock's ticking, like it or not, they have to leave now. Whoever's not in the inside of the inner circle realize this stage is not fun to deal with the blue zone. As we're walking into stage 6, YG decided they want to take a bit more longer time to scout the area before they leave. But the problem is, as per usual, if you're late into the center, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of trouble with so many gatekeepers out there. Loki realizes at once and tried to reposition himself the best possible way to entry in, while GE still resort to as the lower grounds. HWG, they might be spotted out by these guys. West trying to reposition himself maybe just across those street, while the rest of them, Zai is always taking the back line, making sure nobody following in that from behind. But do they want to take the fight against HWG? They have to. They have to brute force in to cut across. But when they're done, there's going to be one more team on their left side. So who will they pick first? How do they negate towards TGOA at the same time? Vipers watching out this side.
Yeah, I think there's a huge threat coming from Vipers up the hill if they were to not tread lightly. Joseph, he advances for it, but Sin will still be able to actually catch one. Holy Lanja with his grenades. You've been waiting for this moment, and he will land one perfect nade. And HWG also getting one against GE. As all these fight commence, PPE being stuck in between will have to just cut this game short and, of course, rest for the entire course of the evening, where GE more of all these pressure now amounting onto Master Ichi with the rest of HWG having members to be on the outside of the compound, starting to put a little bit more of that challenge against the rest of Genesis Esports.
But GE Zai is the one anchoring for this fight. He's making sure he open up so much space, going for flank to revive his own teammate just now. Well, they do have one player going for support fire at the back line, but now is the time perfectly well for Vipers to strike YG at the same time. After blowing up their vehicle just now, West Point Mamba taking a bit of advantage in that fight as well, as Vipers getting those knocked, but West Point Mamba will finish the job for them. And the side of GE, they want to flush out HWG from the compound, but the problem is they cannot see through what's going indoors, but West have to pay for it. While Master Ichi and the rest of them coming in a bit later, West Point Mamba still taking on Vipers. At least they take one trouble out of GE's hand, and Vipers might be out of equation, but not just yet as they take it on YG. But GE now having a bit of a problem stay alive, in a predicament. They didn't see this one coming. The rest of HWG still left with 2 players. GE have to rely on Master Smile to make the call and make a clutch. Can he clutch against 1v2?
Only with a UMP in hand. He has already gotten one knock. He's hoping to secure a little bit more, and he will be surprised by advancing even further than where he should have been. The rest of GE, this is one of the first few times that they've initiated a fight and absolutely crashed out. Solid pull from HWG, and like you said, maybe it's the positioning that didn't really favor them, that they were forced into that battle, but nonetheless, it was one after another that they were sending into that compound, which HWG have been able to assess that situation and really negate them from doing all too much with all these smokes covering all these fire and more nades. Of here as they are gonna have another battle. It's APG versus Asya, and both sides getting one knock apiece.
A lot of awkward angles for these guys, and I don't blame them, including GE in this case, and all the teams are going down way early because of this uncharted map of the place where the terrain is just too tricky to play around it, and also Esports having a bit of a trouble with those angles to flush these guys out. But thing is, APG holding strong, but not so much anymore as they got a third party coming in. Sin coming up from afar. Which angle? Have no clue. Ozja, on the other hand, still scanning, trying to spot out the last player, which is going to be the main fragger for APG. Exit trying to stand tall, but not enough. Left with one more player on the second floor, but APG finally bowing out after such a long fight against Ozja Esports. And not just that, there's so many high ground contenders from afar, including Sin, which we cannot even see them in the map right now.
Not for the moment, but I guess like for them, they've been able to at least play through the downside really, really well. And just look at that, FB having another one to blow out with the DBS, and Michi just playing from afar. Both sides going for the challenge. One tag on towards the side of FV, as he will have to heal himself for the time being. WPM, they just have this sort of consistency on solid prediction, but now with the rest of Sin challenging, they are going to have struggles with two members being knocked down, and Sin is taking over control of that compound, sending more of these members to help out. Can Michi change the situation with Amas?
Well, they will try with whatever they have, with smoke up vehicle even, trying to take the risk to finish off West Point Mamba, because they do have the most solid compound previously. And now it's breached by the side of Sen, and taking one by one, limb by limb, West Point Mamba now at a lost. Vipers, on the other hand, left with two more players. And the only team that do have a full squad is Ozja Esports and Sin only. And Sin, on the other hand, there's no stopping them. They are on the steamroll with 5 eliminations, dominating over this map. And Ozja Esports, on the other hand, nowhere near to be found. They're still tanking the Blues in 4-bit, but barely make it into the circle on the side of Sin. After one the other, now they have to wrap up the fight against the side of West Point Mamba. Whilst West Point Mamba did have a reset, even though 2 knocked down and 1 being eliminated before, but they back up their feet with 3 players.
Sin Esports, they are just doing so much work hitting into this late game, and overwhelming West Point Mamba like that is not what we always see when it comes down to playing inside of Miramar, and these guys have definitely done extremely well in order to just take over control of these shacks. And West Point Mamba is still struggling to actually make ends meet, especially now with the circle shifting off. There is going to be only 10 seconds on the clock for them to get into another different position. But thankfully, though, they managed to get one revive going for them. Federalis now back online. They should be able to at least go in for some of these exchanges. For Vipers, they're also pushing upwards, so it's going to be a 3-way battleground. And Speed, he finds a little bit more of an angle, and there's more damage to be done. The exchange is going through. Tires punctured up. Michi eventually seeks out Speed.
They don't have the time anymore. Time is not on their side. They cannot play favors against the blue zone. And West Point Mamba is actually in the same pool as Vipers and TJOA right now, because everybody have to climb down their high horses. And the worst case possible to be shot down either by HWG or Ozja Esports, who's apparently too busy to see what's up there, because they're fighting against each other. Skynet spotted out one of a player itch, but at the same time they do have covers from those haystacks. Now Astro, on the other hand, you know what, relying on his own teammate to covers whatever there is on ground, trying to focus on whatever going on up here. Sin still inside of a circle. They got the most advantageous position there is right now, but will not last that long anymore, as Astro Axe force them to take a fight. But Viper's still breathing. Never mind, Viper's already gone. It's going to be West Point Mamba. Amas just next to him. Amas, one of the most valuable players in West Point Mamba to have very unconventional tricks underneath his sleeve.
Absolutely agree with that. And also for the record, we're looking at Vipers once again, at least moving into the top 6 position. So they have been able to reap a lot of all these points from positioning itself. So it's still considered a very good day for Vipers as the fight continues on. from long range. Just look at this whole terrain. So treacherous for anybody to eventually to even play out of. HWG only one member hugging by the corner here and needing to eventually deal with the rest of S1 Mamba. They will be into stage 8, but stage 9, once again, no man's land for the taking directly into the center is definitely going to be a huge challenge. And Asya keeps himself safe throughout the course of the battle, as much as they have been having some couple of fights going throughout. The team has been able to secure 5 points and still have what it takes here to close out with chicken dinner of their own. So let's see what Skynin and the rest of the boys will do.
For side of Ozja, they use up all their reserve smoke just for this sake to cross over the other side of the street. But TJ got a very interesting cave they're hiding into for now. Hopefully not been discovered by the rest of the teams, has been trying to take down each one of the players that actually move. Ozja Esports having a bit of a trouble to go against Sin, who still have those high grounds to go with. But fortunately for the side of Ozja Esports, Sin don't have that much in anymore when it comes to their throwables. So they don't have anything to force this guy out from that terrain, which is kind of steep for them to see. Sin trying to force to see and reposition themselves, but instead they got knocked down from afar. HWG and Ozja Esports being knocked down each other out, but HWG will be eliminated next. We're down to 4 teams, but full squad stands for Ozja Esports and Sin.
And Asya will be moving up the hill. Then these two teams with a lot of all these members eventually will deplete one another. Molotov being sent right into the front, but won't be able to reach the compound. Moy needs to heal up, but that grenade will not give him any space to do so. Scry finds one member out of Sin, and they are all being stuck into the corner with nowhere else to run. But does this draw the attention of other teams? I do wonder. Asya has already got their backs covered, and now they are taking multiple angles instead. That leaves room for Sin to move outwards, and this is where they need to actually put all together. Spy has been eliminated, and all of them are running ring around the circle, and Federal is directly in the center. He's just going to try to stop all of these pursuit, and there you have it. Sin limited by Ozja Esports.
With the help of Playzone at the same time, but Ozja Esports cannot be complacent. Skynin now finish off by the zone as well, as Federales start to push forward, while the rest of the team giving support fire from those elevations, but must blown up nearby to that vehicle, and Federales trying to take down the rest of Ozja Esports. But where is TGOA? They've been hiding in the cave for some time, and now taking advantage. What a nade and a perfect timing. May blowing up Western Mamba to smithereens, and it's not done yet. Western Mamba left with one player. That's going to be their main fragger, the best player there is. Federales to clutch a 1v2 by himself.
And he's just hiding right behind a tree. TGOA. We started off here with this team not having the numbers to beat out all the rest of the team. And now 1 versus 1. And WPM has got that back-to-back together. They've made it a triple to close off our Sunday round.
How did that even possible? They had it. They had it just now for TGOA. All they need to do is just... Federales wasn't even full HP. There was 1 HP left.
Federales made the impossible happen. And just like that, WPM chases for it. Do they have enough points to take that #1 spot away though? GE, they didn't get that many points in this round itself. They were shut off by HWG and West Point Mamba from the Philippines. They have raised the flag up, 3 chicken dinners, and your golden boy here is Elmas.
I have to give it to him for the entire day for West Point Mumbai. He's been such a great asset. Being underestimated, and not just that, we're understating this person, this player, formidable player, multiple times. We always say it's going to be Federales, but I am looking at Elmas these days, just taking this flank role to a different level entirely. He's repositioning, giving so much space for the rest of the team to make so much work, including Federales. Even though Federales, the one that actually bring the chicken in for the side of West Mamba, But we get to see Austria Esports and West Point Mobile till the last minute. I'm thankful for that. Even though there's no GE in the mix, it's okay because TGOA, that was smart move them to hide themselves in the K4 bit and realize, you know what, they start fighting. This is the time that we actually start to pop up and, you know, be part of it now.
Yeah, it's so interesting to look at all these scores, and you take a look at TGOA. They have the least chewables being utilized, but that grenade was shutting down members of West Point Mama. It was just down to one more bullet to take down Perdoralis. So this way of ending up our PMPL first week has been absolutely epic, and with all that's going on through the hills, this is possibly one of the harshest of terrains for all the players to play. And West Point Mamba, they still show that they are the best team out there.
Yep. I mean, like, arguably they're taking the #1 spot. They do have to secure themselves 20 eliminations. With the GE eliminated quite early on, but will it be enough? That's the biggest question. On the side of this map itself, this uncharted territory of a circle was so difficult. So many players caught themselves in a very awkward angle. But 13 eliminations, I hate to break it, they're still gonna stay at second spot here with 23 points in this map only. But Austria Esports start to catch up. They're slowly building up their momentum across the entire week. But I'm loving the fact that TGOA start to play super smart for the past 2 days. Sin, on the other hand, is gonna go up and down. It depends on their day that day and how they're feeling. Hey, at least today they're feeling great. They got themselves quite a number of points to push up. Like we mentioned before, at least the gap is not as significant as it was back then.
Yeah, it's a two-way horse race that we're looking at here. It's either you're cheering on to GE of Myanmar or WPM of the Philippines. They both have reached the 200 mark threshold, and of course, that itself within the span of a week is an impressive feat. And then you have YG that maintained their record here at number 3. Austria in this final round have been able to cut above FOD, where we even see these couple of teams actually battle it out to settle the scores. And HWG in that particular round now advances along with VPRS to secure 12 as well as 13 respectively. Unfortunately for Harami Bro, got taken out very early on, and then you have Falcon that didn't really have much that have been rewarded to their own position itself. So TGOA, I love their effort. We want to see this onto week 2 in order for them to really move up the standings way better than this week.
Now, speaking of our weekly bonus ranking, this is what as it displayed of, and GE taking a 20 bonus point for the bonus ranking, and West Point Mama gonna take 19. Whilst on the side of Ravenwood, they will settle down for 1. Hopefully things will change when it comes to next week. The team's on the second page though. They need to make sure they are on the first page by next week, especially the bottom 4. They cannot afford sitting at the same place for next week, and like it or not, they have to push themselves up at least to be in the top 8 to make sure they can redeem themselves and push themselves to get in the grand finals. Whilst on the side of GE, West Point Mamba, YG, Austria Esports, FOD, KE, I think they have no problem to maintain consistency next week.
Absolutely, and of course, with the next week coming upon us, this is going to be the brand new groups that will be playing for the week. And just look at that. In Group A, we have, of course, our top dog, GE, to be playing in that respective group, and they will be accompanied by Game Labs, PBE, as well as Ravenwood. And in Group B, this is going to be pretty stacked with both WPM, APG, as well as HWG to be there. And in Group C, I would say this is also another tough one with Yangon Galacticos, Enigma, Vipers, as well as Flash, Vision, and PX.
Honestly, I feel like Group E is the one that should be watched out for because a lot of heavy hitters happen to be in that group particularly. But back to us, our week 1 leaders, Federalis taking away the #1 spot, not just for eliminations, including the damage as well. While assists, we have to give it to West for now. I'm not surprised as Federalis did do a lot of heavy lifting for the team, but I just wish we have different players for each one of this category.
Yeah, and it's also impressive, right? Because the last that we saw from the amount of takedowns that these players have, it seems like in one span of a day, Federalis really shot all the way to the top because of how well they've been playing together as a team. And today, there was a few rounds where GE have not been able to put up the same level of performance as compared to the past 2 days. So we see this huge shift where Federalis have been able to claim the overall MVP race for week 1.
Well, I'm waiting if there's any new contenders when it comes to next week. Usually it will be, because I'm looking for GE Master Ichi to catch up to that. Not just that, maybe coming up from the side of Roja Esports start to realize, hey, we want to have that spot as well. But so far, Federalis has been what a formidable play. It's a blind performance, very high standard of play, high caliber plays as a team as well. And he and the rest of the team of West Point Mumble, we can see on the fly how they just trying to improvise when they need to, even though they're having some quiet days, yes, in the middle of the week, but they come back stronger.
Yeah, and I think that next week the dynamics will definitely shift because other teams are also understanding well better of how to basically execute some of their strats to hit into the late game. And therefore, you see this Sunday rounds to be so impactful for the teams who are even being put onto the second page. So next week, I absolutely do look forward to what's going to happen. But hey, Choo-Choo, it's been a pleasure to cast alongside with you for the entirety of this weekend run, because these games are absolutely epic, and it has been a while. Absolutely miss doing this with you.
Yeah, it feels like the old days of PMC when they actually do this together, right? But yeah, next week I won't be around, so have fun with SailCloud Contra. I won't be here, guys, so don't miss me too much. I think most of you guys will definitely miss me, right? But speaking of which, can they still maintain #1 spot for next week coming up from GE, West Point Mumbai, Ultra Esports? Even in the case of, I think TJOA, the team that should be looking out for, because they are rising up the occasion. But we're done, and it's a wrap for week #1. You got your #1 team. But will it be okay? So far, the grouping, I think, is like very fair for the distribution. Not too much stack in certain group, but we're gonna have to wait and see that for next week. I think that's it for now for both of us. Adios, good night, have a nice evening, ladies and gents, and see you guys next week. Bye.